We're late. Is everybody ready? Good afternoon. I'd like to call the JCPS work session to order at this time. The session will be focused on the strategic plan. Before we get to that, we have some business that we have to take care of. And the first order of business is to accept the registration of position of vice chairperson from Dr. Chris Kolb and declaration of vacancy. On August the 12th, Dr. Chris Kolb submitted a letter of resignation of his position of vice chairperson. Therefore, in accordance with KRS 160.160 and board policy 01.41, we will vote to accept his resignation and declare a vacancy in the office of vice chair. We will then elect a new vice chairperson to serve a term until the first regularly scheduled board meeting held in January 2022, or until their successor is elected and duly qualified in accordance with board policy 01.41. At this time, is there a motion to accept the resignation of position of vice chair from Dr. Chris Kolb and declare a vacancy in the office of vice chair? Is there a motion? Ms. Duncan, seconded by Ms. McIntosh. All those in favor of the vote, would you please raise your hand? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is the election of the vice chairperson. Next, I will call for nominations from the board. I'm going to read through the whole thing so you understand the process, and then I'll go back to the beginning. Call for the nominations from the board for vice chair to serve the remainder of the current term. After the nominations for vice chair has been made, I will close the nominations. I will call for a vote on the candidate or candidates nominated. The votes will be taken in the order in which the candidates were nominated. At the conclusion of the voting, I will declare, assuming a candidate has a majority, the individual receiving the largest number of votes to be elected vice chair. So starting at the top, I will now call for nominations from the board for vice chairperson to serve the remainder of the term. Ms. McIntosh?
I'd nominate Board Member Craig.
Board Member Craig? Okay. Do I need a second? Do I need a second for the nomination? Okay. Okay. Are there other nominations for the vice chairperson at this time? Other nominations? Ms. Duncan?
I'm open. I was having trouble with my microphone there. I nominate Corey Shaw.
Okay, Dr. Shaw, thank you. Okay, and we take the votes in order of the
And Ms. Porter,
nominations.
if I may, I appreciate the nomination, but I'll withdraw my name from consideration.
I'm sorry.
I will withdraw my name from consideration and second the nomination for Pastor Schull to be vice chair.
Okay, so you're withdrawing your name and then you are moving the recommendation for Dr. Schull. Is that what you're saying? Okay, thank you very much. So there will only be one vote at this time. All those in favor of electing Dr. Corey Schull, vice chairperson, would you please raise your hand? Okay, it's unanimous. Dr. Corey Schull is the new vice chair of the board. Thank you, everyone. And then the next item of business is the work session for the JCPS strategic plan. Dr. Polio will introduce this to us. Dr. Polio.
Thank you, Chair Porter and board members. As you recall, a few meetings ago, we talked about strategic plan. And I think what we talked about there was we did a lot of the talking in that strategic plan. And as we begin to dive into this, we want to give you the opportunity to talk to us. And we had scheduled this 2 meetings ago, but as you know, that went a little long. So this is a perfect time for it. So once again, we have teed it up for some questions for you to hear from you about strategy and the direction of the district. I think Dina Dossett and Alan Young will give us a brief overview of where we are before we hear from you. But I will remind you again, our goal in this session is to really hear from you and to give us direction about where you would like to go. Dr. Dossett.
Yes, thank you. So thank you for this opportunity to talk and take a deeper dive into our strategic planning process. We want to use this time tonight to share, as Dr. Polio said, a very brief overview of our journey, where we've been, where we're going. But really what we want to do is make sure that we build a common understanding around the process and provide lots of opportunity for you all to engage with us and a chance to describe what you're looking for and what you want out of a new strategic plan. So I'm going to do a refresher from our June meeting on just a few slides so that we can level set and build that common understanding around the framework as well as the process. So when we talk about the framework, we're really talking about the foundation that was set with Vision 2020 and then Vision 2020 in action. And I know that's new for a lot of people. And so we just want to make sure that we understand and that we level set in terms of our proposed framework for how we see these things interacting and hanging together. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Alan Young to describe that framework and process.
Thank you, Dr. Dossett. Chair Porter, board members, Dr. Polio. Thank you for this opportunity. I wanted to start off by just reiterating the fact that this is not the strategic plan. This is a framework for the strategic plan to be considered. And when we talked with Dr. Polio about the way forward, there's basically kind of 2 ways you can do a strategic plan. One, you can do a total redo. With that, you would do that based on the fact you didn't think you were going in the right direction. We think we are going in the right direction, even though there's stuff to improve upon. So we then decided that this was a thing about building upon what Vision 2020 and Vision 2020 in action has done. Both of those, of course, been improvements, and we've made adjustments and changes. But the thing that was probably the most powerful part of both of those visions was the fact that the learner was put at the center. And a lot of times a person will say a student-centered something, and obviously everybody says, yes, put students at the center. But learner-centered approaches are about doing things from the learner's perspective. Kind of like in technology, like user-centered, you've heard of that, do it from the user's perspective, learner-centered, person-centered, human-centered design. And that's what we saw was already in Vision 2020 and Vision 2020 in action. In fact, when we saw our backpack of success skills as one of our pillars, that became very clear that the learners had to be engaged and had to be part. They had to create something. They were an intimate part. And so we said, instead of just having it be a piece, that should actually be something that's a through line all the way through. So our framework poses a learner-centered with learner experiences and learner environments at the center. But remember, the students as learners is certainly our core and key, but so are all of our adults. So we said, how can we do this together that's not just like an outline? How can we have a framework to help the community at least start to wrestle and say what they want to do with this for you, the board, to do that? So we've created a framework that shows the adults around those learners as professionals, and that their competencies and their collaboration are also the parts that they work on in a learner-centered framework. And then also the structures and supports. And those are not just like physical structures. That's our human infrastructure for how we support things. So we offered this as not a new thing, but a synthesis of where we were and a clarification in a coherent way of how we will hang moving forward for a 2.0 or 3.0, whatever we want the strategic plan to be. So hopefully this is seen as not so much as new, but actually of a truing and a clarifying of that. So we can all move forward together, because we didn't presume that we would be moving forward without the board. We just want to do some of the grunt work for it. So the research work in terms of all the stuff that we did, look at all other kinds of strategic plans of exemplar districts, that's what we did. And we saw, hey, we're pretty much on there. And there are other really great districts, but they all have this kind of learner at the center part. We also wanted to lift up the real addition of our pillars that Dr. Polio and you all have brought with regard to a focus on racial equity, climate and culture, and backpack of success skills. We think those were really an elevation of what we were doing based on the Vision 2020 that we'd done originally when we hit the Vision 2020 in action. But we wanted to say that these shouldn't just be pillars that we rest upon. That's important. We wanted to have a way of having a through line for what is the fundamental leavening core of each of those pillars. So equity, relationships, and engagement, they're not replacements of the pillars. They're about us understanding all the way through. We should have a strategic plan framework that makes sure we elevate the concepts of racial equity by having an equity focus. Climate and culture, what is the main parts of climate and culture? How you treat each other. It's your relationships, right? In both climate and culture. And then also our backpack of success skills, which is a wonderful way forward in terms of how kids are engaged, but it is a symbol of our daily learning engagement. So we wanted to have those three principles elevated. And then as we've now faced with the pandemic that we're still in, and our racial reckoning and coming to grips with where we are in our history, the notion of future states and what desired futures we want, we thought are very important as we picked that forward and gone with our out to our community to raise funds in order to be able to improve that. But we didn't want that to be separate from our strategic plan. So we show them here as embedded as parts of the strategic plan that we can build the plane while flying it in a way so that we can actually have those 7 different strategic states, those future states that we want to have as part of our strategic plan moving forward. But the part that's really important here is how each of them are not just embedded, but each of them have a connection to a learner-centered approach. In other words, facilities, you might say, oh, that's structures. Well, those structures hold the learners and those hold the adults. So you can see how these stretch across and touch all 3 of those. So we put this forward as a JCPS community-based learner-centered ecosystem framework, not because we've gone ahead of you, but we've tried to take where we are, capture it, and poise us to now do the engagement part, where we do the in-person work that we couldn't really do under the certain environment that we're in. And so I just wanted to give you that kind of an overview of how we got to where we were and why we made those kinds of things. But it is just a framework, and we're wanting all, of course, your input on that.
So as Alan mentioned, and I'll wrap up and make sure that you all have time to talk amongst yourselves, but we also are proposing a process by which the strategic planning team engages with internal and external stakeholders to get a broad community input into the strategic plan. And so we are working with our future state teams. We serve on those teams. We're also going to be reaching out to advisory groups as well as the community in general. We felt like the strategic plan is such a valuable piece of the district that we wanted to make sure that there's multiple opportunities for us to do that. And it was very important for us to make sure that we have in-person sessions where community can give us their feedback, where we can reach out to the community members and get that feedback. So this is, again, as Alan said, this is our proposal, what we're thinking right now currently. And with that, we'll also had some guiding questions that we shared with you back in July to kind of help start the conversation around how you want to engage and what you want to see in a strategic planning process. So with that, I'll turn it back to the board to have those conversations.
Dina, I think you might want to, let's start
Great.
with a question and then
Sure.
we'll see what comments there are on it.
Okay. So the first question, and again, no particular order, but the new strategic plan is built on the foundation of Vision 2020. Are the components of the mission, the vision, and the core values, do you want to review or revise, or rethink that those are the core work that has already been established? So that's one question. What outcomes do you desire for our students, families, schools, and community? What do you want to make sure that staff include in this process and plan? When reviewing the plan's framework, what's missing or needs further clarification and considerations? Learner-centric plan puts the learners at the center of our work. So how do we accomplish this? How do you want to know that the learners are at the center? And then how does the board, both individually and collectively, want to engage with the community on the development of the strategic plan? So those are, again, some of those conversation starters you all can consider.
Okay, we'll start with the first question where it says the strategic plan and are the components. And I think the question that you're asking us this evening is if we want to review or revise that particular part. So we'll start with number one and, excuse me, and go down the list. And is that okay? Okay, Mr. Marshall, I'm going to start with you and we're going to come this way. And then on the next question, I'll start with Dr. Chris and go that way.
All right, that sounds like a plan. Thank you, Chair Porter. So with that first question, I just think in general, this pandemic has caused us to rethink a lot, about, the future of this district and where we're going. So I think from a fundamental standpoint for me, I think that it's looking at the things we've learned from this pandemic and then looking at certain areas of our previous strategic plan and saying, how can we adjust for the future? Now, we can't predict what's going to happen, but specific things like early childhood education was a big part of our Vision 2020. So for me in particular, I would pull that one out to say, how can we look at the future of educating, our youngest learners, and so that if we do find ourselves in this again at some point, that we know that we have a system in place that is ready to educate those learners and do it in a way that fits who we are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Duncan?
I have no issues with the vision and the mission and the beliefs that we have built the plan on before. I think the one thing that I want us to be sure and always include is that in the future, we need to have options in place that will respond to these kind of situations that we're facing with the pandemic. And we need to be thinking in terms of planning virtually for virtual options as well as for our in-person options. So I just somehow we've got to include that technology in how we look at what future education is going to be for kids. And that is very learner-centered. How they own their work this year individually. That has to, I think, somehow or other make sure that it's in our vision and mission and beliefs. But otherwise, I have no additions to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Craig?
Same. I've got comments on the others, but I've had confidence in the mission and the vision and the core values of what we've been doing. I've said that previously, so I'll have more comments later. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member McIntosh?
I agree. I always do that. I talk with my hands too much. I apologize. I agree. I think that those are good documents to build on. I think one thing that we could potentially do a better job of is making sure that everybody throughout the district is familiar with the mission and the vision, because I know they're printed on lots of the materials. They go out to families and to even staff and employees. But I think that a lot of times if we were to pull some of our teachers and say, hey, what's the mission statement? What's the vision statement? Even if they don't have it memorized, in theory, they should be able to at least put it in their own words and articulate it. And I just want to make sure that we're communicating that effectively across the board. Because I do think when you have those common goals and common mission, and you start to use that common language, it not only helps with communication, but just the efficacy and the fidelity with which those things are followed.
Thank you. Ms. Duncan, would you turn your microphone off because we're buzzing each other right now? Just turn your microphone off for the moment. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Dr. Shule. Thank you.
I don't have anything to add for number one. I ditto everything that's been said.
Dr. Chris.
Thank you. I did just a general comment before getting into the specific question. I think that the thing that I'm really interested in is to make sure that we put forward a process so that there's regular, we do this fairly regularly until we finalize a new strategic plan so we don't lose momentum. And that's a note for Dr. Polio and the chair as well. But, and to make sure that we're aligned or at least kind of tacking back and forth with those future state teams. This is going to be, I think, an iterative process where we, try some things out and then decide, well, actually, I don't like that thing that I recommended two meetings ago, and that sort of thing. And I think that's the part that I think we really need to nail down is kind of getting that regular process in place. In terms of the strategic plan itself, Vision 2020, I agree with my colleagues that I think there's a whole lot of good stuff here. I think in the beginning where we have the mission, the vision, mission, and core values, I think there's too many core values. I think that I've long thought that while I agree with everything that the vision statement says, I think it could be said a little bit more succinctly and a little bit easier to come out of your mouth. And I'll just go one by one with the three focus areas fairly quickly. With the learning, growth, and development, I think the learner-centered model I guess here's a question maybe to answer, maybe just for consideration. Are we, as we think about these things, are we looking at different philosophies of education? Are we basing it on, the work of any person? Because for instance, that the learner-centered model is very John Dewey, model of education. So to what extent are we, looking at kind of overall philosophies of education that are out there or that, that philosophers or, thinkers have put forward and building on those? Or are we doing that, or should we do that? Whomever. So obviously, the notion of deeper learning and learner-centered is not new. Mm-hmm. I appreciate the reference to John Dewey, and there are others, Piaget. There's the multiple others through the ages, but there has basically been a going back and forth in education between a more factory-like model that we just have come out of for the last 30 years based around standardization and kind of a passive receptive model where information will be transmitted and then you show it on a test, and we even make it so that you demonstrate it in a way that's not about the actual verbs of the standards or things like that, but you do it by recognizing the right answer on on a 4-foil test question that then gets sort of standardized to show not just do you know your stuff, but how do you know it compared to someone else? So that's a philosophy too. And so as No Child Left Behind ended. And most people think there were certain good parts about it. It raised equity up in certain ways, but its strategy for equity was not good because it defined the problem as a test score gap problem. That's not what the problem was. It's an engagement problem.
Yeah, I mean,
And so the engagement philosophy approach,
Right.
learning engagement, we hear Dr. Polio talking about this all the time. Our kids are not engaged.
right.
That's a philosophy where the learner as a person has to be more engaged. So whatever we call it, those philosophers, this is now
Yeah,
saying that's the way
Right.
we believe to move forward.
I think
to
we should
engage
just
our learners.
say, I think we should just be really direct at the end of the process, and I think we're headed that way with this, but
Yes.
just say, this is what, this is the model, that we are staking our, claim on, that we think is going to work, that, we think is best for kids. One of the, as I think about, deeper learning, and then Dr. Polio uses the phrase authentic learning experiences a lot. And I like both those phrases. As I was thinking, like, what do those really mean? I was wondering about, and I mean, this is one of those things I may disagree with myself in next week, but, are we not maybe really talking about like learning experiences that kids find meaningful for themselves in one way or another? So is it more about a meaningful learning experience for a kid? Like I said, I don't know, that may not be the way we end up going, but as I reflected on deeper, authentic, that was the thing that kept coming back to me, and engagement too. That was the thing that kept coming back to me. Well, what engages people? What engages people is when they find meaning in something that they're doing. If they don't find meaning in it, they're either not going to do it or do it, halfway, or something like that. In terms of kind of the specific strategies, the only one that I'll really focus on now is, although I do want to mention another one, is the strategy 114, the reduce, revise, and refine assessments. I think that we've done a good job of that in some ways. I think in some other ways we've gone backwards, unfortunately. I know I've heard some kind of grumbling from AIS, folks, for instance, about maybe getting back to being too test centered, and that that concerns me a little bit, because it goes, if it's indeed the case, because it goes against the strategic plan and the way that we want to go. And then on strategy 116, strengthen early childhood education, I think this is just a decision that we have to make as a board and superintendent. Like, what is the role that we see, if any, for early childhood, for adult ed? There's different ways of looking at it. One way could be that, our job is to get kids from birth, to graduation of high school, no matter how old they are, when that happens. Another way to look at it is, no, we do K-12 education, and that's what we should do. And I don't know which one's the way to go. I just think we need to work out for ourselves which one we believe. With increasing capacity and improving culture, I love strategy 212, cultivating growth mindset. I think that's really maybe even more central than is indicated by its placement in the strategic plan. So I'd love to see us lift that up in whatever way we can. I love everything about the high performing teams and PLCs. And really, I think I love just about everything about the entire focus area of improving infrastructure and integrating systems. And so I'll stop there.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And a couple things I wanted to say to that. First off, I think we have to know that deeper learning is also about racial equity. And so when you go into W.E.B. Du Bois and you see the Verizon Innovation Lab, it is awesome. When you go into Shawnee and see the new flight simulators, when you're here at Central High School and you see the law pathway in the courtroom, I mean, that is the engagement. The much more difficult, I'm going to say, it doesn't make it, we can't do it, is put it in your regular Algebra 2 class. Or we can do that. And that's what the Fabulous Deeper Learning Conference was all about. But it's also giving schools programs that engage kids that may not have had them before. And so, that's number one. The second thing I want to say, and this this is a tough one to deal with, that we need direction from you. There is no doubt when we look around the nation at quick test score, if we want quick test scores to move quickly, then there is a formula to do that, which is take the standards that is going to be on that summative assessment at the end of the year, assess the kids often, respond to that assessment, and keep that assessment process going and that intervention process going. Now, my belief is that doesn't result in long-term student outcomes, where deeper learning and our commitment to that, a kid being in the law program engages them more, and long-term the outcomes will be better. But I think that's a discussion that we all have to have. An AIS school who is facing audit and those type of things, you know, that's a hold, and I've been in that world. That is a pressure-filled environment where in April or May, we're taking an assessment that could mean the future of the principal's job and the school. So I think, Dr. Kolb, that's where we're really going to need direction from you all through this. And then we have to respond. We have to understand that, it may not be what everyone agrees with, long-term versus short-term gain. So for instance, Mr. Marshall, investment in early childhood. You don't see it. Everyone talks all the time about universal pre-K, but no one really invests in it because it's not an immediate return on investment. You may not get those test scores for 3, 4, 5 years, where someone else may be sitting up here, or another politician may be sitting in that seat instead of investing in that. So I really believe the strategic plan is about, are we going to invest in the long-term things that are going to make a difference for kids' lives down the road? And it may be 2 or 3 years before we see some of those huge changes in outcomes. So I think that's a big part of the strategic process that I wanted to earmark.
Thank you, Dr. Polio. I just quickly want to say that early childhood, early learning is extremely important. We have these goals for students when they get to middle and high school, and what we expect for them as they graduate from high school. But if we don't prepare them at the earlier level, then they begin the process of struggling. So, and as we look at the strategic plan, it will be impossible to not look at the impact of what we are living through now with the pandemic and the various forms of learning that the students have had to attempt. And so I support starting early and pushing, because that when they get to middle and high school, the journey will be a little bit easier. And as we talk about learning, we know that our students have had missed learning. I'm not going to call it lost because they didn't have it. So we have to look at that as part of the strategic plan also, because they have missed learning opportunities. And then the only other comment I have, as Dr. Polio and others have mentioned AIS schools, one size does not fit all with our students. And sometimes we think, well, let's put this in every school. I think I'm interested in having conversations about instructional effectiveness, school by school, as we build a strategic plan, because that is truly looking at the student at that moment and moving forward from there. That's all I have to say. I'm going to quickly go to the second question unless somebody has something else. Okay, the second question is, what outcomes do you desire for our students, families, schools, and district? Dr. Chris.
Sorry, I forgot we were going in reverse. I'm glad you said that, Dr. Polio, because it's a good segue into the second question about, what outcomes are we looking at? I mean, I don't think I've made any secret of this, that I put absolutely zero stock in state test scores. And we have to figure out ways, I think, to more authentically measure, are we having a positive impact in kids' lives? Now, I mean, of course, the state accountability system exists. So we have to work within that reality. But in terms of, one board member, evaluating your job performance, how the district is going, I don't look at that at all. Because I think, well, for many reasons, but one of them, the reason you mentioned is because it puts you, if you're focused on that, then there's a disincentive to think long-term and really invest in things that are going to make a big difference. So you get punished, by the state accountability system if you want to think long-term as opposed to go for those short-term gains. But more broadly, I think, and I forget when it was, but Dr. Scholl said something sometime in the past 6 months or so that really resonated with me, which is that, and I think it did with other people too, that, it's great to focus on, skills training and job certification. I mean, all that sort of stuff can make schools meaningful for a lot of kids that may not have found any meaning before, but we should also make sure that we maintain focus on education for its own sake and for the edification, of the person. Where we are, there might be some disagreement with this, but at the end of the day, I feel strongly that what we are producing is citizens. We're producing democratic citizens. And work, of course, is an important component of that, but it's not the only component. We need to equip kids to be able to successfully negotiate many different areas of life, not just the workplace. And I don't think anybody up here believes that we shouldn't do that. But I'd like to see more intentional focus, in terms of outcomes on that piece of, that we're producing, democratic citizens that, so that people are finding, meaningful, that education is meaningful for their practical, social, but also I hesitate to use this word, but it's the best one I can think of, spiritual lives, not in the religious sense, but there's got to be a better word than spiritual, but you know what I mean? Like mental, emotional, psychological, I guess, that part of their lives. So that I think concludes, that's my thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Scholl.
Thank you. What outcomes do you desire for our students, families, schools, and district? For students, I desire to see every student that graduates from JCPS to first of all emerge from our system whole. I think all too often our students go into classrooms and they experience wounds there for a variety of reasons that we, as a responsible educational institution, can figure out how to overcome. I saw this today play out with a father who told his daughter, who came home yesterday, and said that the teacher made her feel stupid. And instead of getting upset with the teacher, instead of writing an ugly email, he told his daughter, "Did you tell the teacher how she made you feel?" And the little girl said, "No, I just cried." This morning, that little girl went back into the school building under the tutelage of her father and told the teacher how she felt. That made a world of difference for that little girl's spirit, how she understood herself, how she was able to find her little voice, her little elementary voice in that moment. I think those type of instances are so very critical because they guard against our students emerging from our schools wounded. And we know a lot of things happen in the building. And so I think that with much of the training that is done in PDs, with the way that we're continuing to form teachers and encourage them toward compassion and empathy, that goes a long way in ensuring that students emerge from JCPS whole. Beyond that, I'd like to see every student empowered to achieve in any field of endeavor. So whatever a child wants to do, I believe that they should be able to have the seeds of that planted in JCPS, found a foundation for that field of endeavor in JCPS. And that has happened and continues to happen. I don't want JCPS to become sort of a dispensary for factories around Louisville. We're more than that. Tech ed is great. And I believe in tech ed, but a child should be able to come to JCPS and feel like they can do whatever they want to do without any restrictions in certain areas. And so we need to make sure that we're ever broadening those pathways, ever coming up with creative opportunities for students. And forgive me, I'm really excited and inspired today because I've been in schools pretty much all day. And so I've seen a lot of cool stuff, which lets me know that, you know, the sky is the limit, the possibilities are infinite. I want to ensure that we're also embedding an entrepreneurial spirit in our students. So again, this is kind of akin to my last point. So these are our students. We need to push back against those in our city who can have the mentality that JCPS exists for the next generation of their business goals, pursuits, their working class. I think it's important to build an entrepreneurial spirit in each student. I think that goes far in the 21st century. And then an understanding of the world around students. So I sat in a class today, one of our very controversial classes in the district. And it's, by the way, it's nowhere near as scary as people make it out to be. It was actually, and so today they were discussing civics and, you know, how cities work and how politics work. I think that is so critical and it's so important. And I think we've got to figure out ways to make that ever more relevant, ever more, and to make sure we touch every student with those type of experiences. What do we want for families? I simply want families to feel a part of the community, and to not feel rebuffed by some of our bureaucracy and some of our the things that we put into place. What I want for our schools, I want our schools to be able to educate their young minds and not have to fight for resources. I want principals to be able to implement the cool things that they have dreamt and not feel as though they have to negotiate for resources to do that which they know will be best for students. I want us to give teachers the freedom to be the professionals that they are, and to not tie their hands into certain rigidity as it relates to the way we do things. And yeah, I'll stop there.
Board Member McIntosh.
Thank you. I think we share a lot of the same thoughts. So I'm only going to speak to the things that I didn't hear from him, though I agree with a great deal of what Pastor Schull just said. I think all the way from students to the district level, I think one of the things that I want to see and encourage is innovation. And I know we do a lot of that, but I also know that it's sort of inherent in a lot of people to fear failure and not take risks. And, you know, we all know that we learn very often from our mistakes as much as we do, if not more than we do from our successes. So I think cultivate a culture from, you know, from every student all the way up to teachers to be able to try things in their classroom, for principals to be able to try new things in their schools. I really want to see us be an incubator for innovation and not be afraid to fail and let that hold us back. I think one of the other things that I would kind of just add to build off of what Pastor Schull said is there are a lot of different definitions of success because it depends on what someone's individual goals were, right? And so I think that instilling that in our students, that their definition of success in the classroom may be different than their peers. Same way as their definition of success upon completing 12th grade can look different. And so using that language that, you know, we talk a lot about individualized learning and things like that, but we kind of talk about that in the moment, not so much with the end game in mind. And so I would really like to see language and supports built that there are many definitions of success and that there are many different pathways for achieving success as it is defined by that own student or that personal student. And then finally, for the district, I would really like to see us continue to grow. I think we've done a good job in the last few years, but continue to improve. Just being a positive community partner. whether that is through formal partnerships that we have, like Evolve 502 and some of those sorts of things. But also just being a good citizen. JCPS should be a good place to send your kids, but it should also be a good place to work. It should be a good, our buildings should be community hubs within the communities in which they exist. So whatever that looks like, just building on those positive steps that I've seen us take in the last several years to expand on becoming that community partner. Because really we should be a community leader as well. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Craig.
And I think we're all on the same page with respect to what we want for our students and families. I'll add my piece for the district. I agree with the point that was expressed earlier that I don't care about test scores. That does not, I'm convinced by you, Dr. Polio. That means nothing really in the grand scheme of education. We want to produce a holistic person and not just a math score walking off the stage with a diploma at the end of their 13 years with us. But being able to articulate to the community, I think will be important how we are successful in creating, good citizens and providing that outcome for our students. We can say that we're doing deeper learning and that we're staying true to our strategic plan and what we're doing, and what we're doing is in the best interest of our students. But so long as the state accountability system exists, so long as such a large part of our community only checks in on our progress when state test scores are released, then I think that we're at a disadvantage in fulfilling our mission for our students going forward. So being able to articulate to the community, being able to clearly define with perhaps examples in whatever way that you recommend to us, perhaps eventually, I think is incredibly important for the long-term health of the district and our ability to do what we know what we have to do. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, Dr. Polio and then Ms. Duncan.
Yes, I'll be brief on this. And I do want to say, I think there is a place for assessment scores. I really do. I think, I don't want to say we completely ignore that, because I think that is a data point that we have to consider, like MAP scores, like transition readiness. So I think these all have a place at the right time and the appropriate time. Unfortunately, there's been an intense focus on this for 3 decades in this country without much movement at all, and that the test and punish model has not worked. So I am heartened that the state is beginning to right now look at a more authentic assessment model. So I want to say this, we should have accountability. We should have accountability for success. So it's not accountability, but it is the right accountability. For instance, the fact that we gave kids assessments, standardized test K-Prep in May, and took 3-4 days away from them when they were out most of the year was absolutely absurd. It was absurd that we had to give, and that we will have data on this with 33,000 kids who were at home and didn't test. So, as we would, when we see those test scores, probably this year we will see an increase. But at this time next year, we can't necessarily celebrate that increase unless we feel that authentically we've moved the needle. So I think we have to look at it both ways. But, I just want to say, we're not hiding from, we want accountability. We just want it to be that we're truly making a difference, and it's not surface level movement on a couple points on K-Prep that may not mean anything for students' lives changing. Thank you.
Ms. Duncan.
Well, the question is, I think, focused on outcomes. And so that's what I've been thinking about. And of course, the outcomes have to be measurable for us, and those are important. Just want to make sure that we're not having, or that all of our students have access to all the resources that they need to become proficient in those areas, and that they can score in a more similar manner. I know we've had such an emphasis on group, and the problem with group is that it comes out to an average, and the group itself is made up of kids in all kinds of ranges. And so it's very, it kind of covers up sometimes, I think, the achievement of some. And I really look forward to more looking at individuals and looking for individual outcomes to be improved and look more similar as we move through the time that we have with them. I also look for multiple assistant that allows for multiple tries in order to improve individually those outcomes. I just think it's so important. We're talking about the learner and being learner-centered. I think it's also individual-centered. We need to be watching for individual outcomes and improving all individually. And I don't know, this emphasis on groups is, I think, maybe past its time, because we do need to look at how our kids, what each kid needs individually, and support that child that way, and not be so concerned about that average score of the group that child belongs to.
Okay, Board Member Marshall.
I'll simply ditto what everyone else is saying on this one. As the last one to go on this question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The only quick thing I wanted to add about what do I desire for families, I want them to own JCPS. I want them to own their school, and I want them to own the district, because sometimes as a parent, regardless of what their working situations is or what their working situations are, they sometimes feel disconnected. So I don't have the how, but I would like for more ownership for our families with their children and with their schools. And I'm just going to say that quickly and be quiet so we can move on to the next question. So the next question is, what do you want to make sure that staff includes in the process of plan? And Board Member Marshall, we will start with you and come this direction, please.
All right. Thank you again, Chair Porter. So on this one, I think there's a lot that we can include, but for me personally, first, I believe that, our facilities plan for the future needs to be a huge part, of this next vision going forward. We're talking about a lot of goals of hope with families and schools, and how students feel about themselves. And, I'll be honest, we got a lot of ugly buildings in this district. I ride by a lot of schools in my district, in District 4, and just looking from the outside, you don't see a lot of hope. I attended an event that was held on Stewart Middle School's football field. It's absolutely embarrassing the way that those facilities, those buildings look out there. And if I was a student in that building, I probably wouldn't care either, because the things around me don't look like they care. So I think that quality facilities, we have to be very strategic in how we're going to fix all of these issues, which are abundant in our district, none of which any of us started. But I think that if we look where we are now with facilities, it would have been nice that if somebody would have thought, 30, 40 years ago, to say, this is how we're strategically going to make sure that our facilities never fall behind. Personalized learning as well. I love what we're all saying about, educating the individual child. But I think we can't go down that road without mentioning that, we have some enemies down the road in Frankfurt that believe they know what's best for our kids better than what we do. And so I think that it's going to take some bold action on our part in this next vision going forward to say we're going to fight for, who we are in JCPS. We're going to fight for our diversity. We're going to fight for our kids. And if that means butting some heads, then this is what we've got to do in order to get this job done. And then I believe student assignment is the last thing I'd really like to see us lean heavily on at all levels. I know the pandemic pushed our middle and high school plan back a little bit, but I'd like to see us also talking more about elementary and how we're going to look at better giving our families choice in that.
And I'll just add with facilities, if I could briefly. It was interesting. I went to 3 schools today, 3 different levels of facilities. Started at Wheatley. which we have to say, I was blown away by the energy in the building and what they were doing, but the facility is terrible. So good news, next Monday, we're breaking ground on a new school for them. Went to McFerrin, who is one of the newer schools, 1996, 25 years ago, and we consider that's one of our newer, nicer facilities, but they will be getting to end of life within the next 10 to 15 years. And we can't wait 50 years to do that. And then at Gudermuth, where your child is, that not, middle of the road for JCPS, but it's time for a new one for them. So it's just, every time I go in, I look at those, and there is no doubt a school like McFerrin, which has one of our newer facilities, 1996, will be end of life in the next decade and a half. And we just can't wait until that time to start addressing that.
Okay, Ms. Duncan?
Well, I agree wholeheartedly with our need to approach facilities and our need to plan for facilities if we're going to change our student assignment plan in the ways that we want to. So I guess I would just say I agree with what's been said and allow someone else to add.
And I'll just add on student assignment. One of the things we found is at no time that we can see in JCPS history, well, I know this, that elementary, middle, and high were done at the same time. They've all been done separate plans, separate years, which has made for a disjointed student assignment plan that has negatively impacted our students of color and students of poverty more. And so once we get obviously the year started and moving, our plan is to come back and bring this to you and take a look at all three together at the same time and how we can align them in a better way so that elementary, middle, and high are all aligned with the same philosophy on student assignment and much better understanding for families.
Thank you. Board Member Craig?
I'll throw a comment in that I think is good for question 3 and 4. What do you want to make sure that staff includes and what's missing? And I'd like to consider deadlines for all of our goals. If we're working towards, outcomes, and we are putting a plan in place to achieve outcomes, then when do we want to get them? It seems like an appropriate step for us so that we're not just sitting around in 6 years reviewing the same goals that seem ideal. But at the same time, and a counterpoint to that, I worry about us perhaps going a little bit too quickly with finalizing this plan, given where we are in the world right now. We need it to be perfect and our students deserve it, perfection from this plan. But we've got a lot of things going on in this district right now. So I'm concerned about making sure that we don't rush something that is harmful, ends up being more harmful to us than helpful. Take the comment for what it's worth. Thank you.
Board Member McIntosh, and then Dr. Schul, and then Dr. Cole.
Thank you. Just a few things. One would be staff and employee wellness and well-being and making sure that they are supported. I know that that's always been an issue with teachers or anyone who works closely with students, potential for burnout, things like that. So I want to make sure that we're, especially now when things have become even more difficult and the difficulties of the job have become exacerbated, that we are providing a plan for how we can support our teachers, our cafeteria workers, our office staff, everyone through their work, to make sure that, again, that we are a good employer to work for, because I think obviously that helps with retention, that helps with climate and culture, that helps with that sense of belonging and ownership within the building. If we can make sure that our employees know that they're supported and valued. And I would add on to that with the absence of a formal K-TIP program from the state, that I would like to see more formal supports around newer teachers and newer educators, and however we want to word that. I think it's important too that as we pass, policies or approve new programs, that we are also approving whatever means need to go along with that for supportive training and education for our staff members to be able to implement those plans. I think that, and I'm sure just as guilty as anyone, you see great plans and you hear great ideas and you're like, yes, let's move forward with this. But if the people who are executing those plans don't feel supported and don't feel they've been adequately trained to implement them, then they can't do that with fidelity and they can't do that as effectively as we would like. So whenever we push forward with whatever the new plan is, that we are also kind of looking at the long-term implementation plan of whatever that decision happens to be, to make sure that those carrying those things out feel supported and have the tools and resources necessary to do so. And then just to kind of tag on to the facilities conversation, one of the things that we've seen is that not all of our students are always included. When we can look at a big, beautiful library and cafeteria and things like that, but we also see that, sometimes students who are getting speech therapy are having to do that in the back of a library, or somebody who is getting their pull-out hours from their ECE teacher are having to meet out in the hallway, because our buildings just haven't been built with those kind of things in mind. So as we move forward, I want to make sure that all of our student needs, and I'm not an architect, so I don't know what that would look like, but I know that a kid getting speech therapy shouldn't be doing it right next door to the noisy cafeteria. Those sorts of things, that we're really looking at how our facilities can best serve all of our students. So thank you.
Thank you. I would like for us to find a way to implement student voice, because I think that we can learn a lot about how school feels to them now, and that will create some understanding for some things that we should implement going forward. I agree. I cannot say how much I agree with Board Member Craig about our timeline, our deadlines. Often we talk about these things so often, not really with a clear deadline. So I would like for us to work a little bit harder to kind of nail down when we can expect things to be completed by. I would also, this is a big picture thing, but I would like to see if we can partner with our friends at City Hall and on the Metro Council, and also in the mayor's office, to see if some of the vacant warehouses, vacant buildings that are around our city, some of the vacant strip malls can be in some way repurposed as educational buildings, and really repurpose them in a really innovative way that takes into account all of the things that we've heard almost every board member say related to our facility needs. I think there's a way to accelerate this if we take all hands on deck, full community type approach to making it happen, because our facilities are in bad shape. We don't have facilities set up for the type of services that we've worked so hard to provide our children. I was looking at it again, first thing this morning, and you saw our professionals trying to manipulate space in order to provide services that are so necessary to our students. So I think that might be, I know it's a really long range kind of big idea, but I do think it's something that we can accomplish for the good of our students here in JCPS. Thank you.
Chair Porter, just quickly on this one, one of the things, and I think this fits best under number 3, but apologies if it doesn't, that I want to see, make sure that staff includes, is how the different areas are aligned with each other. And again, I think we're headed in a good direction with, well, I can't find it, but the diagram you showed earlier, but Dr. Dossett and I had a conversation recently where we were talking about how facilities, bell schedules, resourcing schools, and student assignment are all like so intertwined with each other. And really, that's the case for just about everything that we do in JCPS, is that one piece has so many repercussions on so many other pieces. So, so that we're thinking about things not in isolation, I guess. And I mean, Dr. Polio mentioned, was talking about this earlier, but that's really, really important. I think that we don't look at things in isolation, and we make explicit in our plans how we see these things as connected. And I think that'll help too, the community, see them as being more connected. And then just quickly process things to make sure it's included. I just be really, I think it would be helpful to have like just a list of like the different future state teams, who's on them, how often they're meeting, what their current kind of status is. And then just to make sure, you don't have to overwhelm us with research. But the big kind of research pieces that those teams are relying on, I think it'd be really good if you could send those to the board. And I know you've done that already with some of them, but just keep doing that. Thanks.
Thank you. We have gotten through 1, 2, and 3, and we have 4, 5, and 6 to do. So at this time, what I think we will do is recess with the understanding that we'll come back for 4, 5, and 6. But I think I heard that Dr. Dossett would give us what we have said back so we can look at it to make sure that we haven't left anything out. And if time becomes an issue with us having another full discussion, we can send comments to her, look at the discussion, and then come back again for another hour. We did not quite have an hour today, but in order for us to start at 6 p.m., I think we need to take a recess at this time and come back at 6 o'clock to start our meeting. Thank you very much for being with us today. This is a very important thing for us to get right. So at this time, I will call for us to recess. Motion by James Craig, seconded by Board Member McIntosh. All those in favor, raise your hand. Thank you. And we will be back here to start at 6 p.m. Thank you. If I could ask you to take a seat, please. We're getting ready to call the meeting to order. So please find a seat and we will call the meeting to order in just a second. If you could take your seat, please. Spread out. I appreciate your help. We would like to get started. We have a wonderful agenda tonight, wonderful information that we'd like to share with you. But in the interest of everyone's safety, if you would please have a seat, it would be very helpful. Thank you for being here this evening. Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to welcome you to the August 17th meeting of the Jefferson County Board of Education. The first thing we will do is we will have a moment of silence this evening to be thankful or to be prayerful for many things that are happening with us and around us. So if we could have about 10 seconds for a moment of silence, please. Thank you. If you'd please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance led by our Superintendent, Dr. Marty Polio. Our vision statement this evening will be read by Board Member Joe Marshall. Board Member Marshall, please.
Thank you, Chair Porter. At JCPS, all Jefferson County Public School students graduate prepared, empowered, and inspired to reach their full potential and contribute as thoughtful, responsible citizens of our diverse, shared world.
Thank you very much. At our last meeting, I made a point to make, always want to mention where we are. And we're grateful for our schools that open the doors and allow us to come here for a board meeting. So this evening, I will say again that we are thankful and grateful to be at the historic Central High School, the home of many historic people. And last time, if there were folks in the audience that were graduates of or had family that were graduates of Central High School, if you want to give us a big wave, that would be very helpful. Thank you very much for being here this evening. Before we start with our recognitions and resolutions, it's my privilege this evening, and I don't know if she's in here or not, but we have a new principal for the historic Central High School. So Dr. Tamara Compton, would you please stand up? Thank you so much. Since it's about history, let me tell you that we have not had a female principal at Central High School since the years 1984, 1990, and the principal at that time was Geneva Hawkins. So one more round of applause for Principal Compton. Thank you so much. At this time, I will turn it over to Sarah Wagner, who is going to do our recognitions and resolutions this evening. Sarah, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for having me. Good evening to our Superintendent, Dr. Polio, our Board Chair, Diane Porter, and members of the Jefferson County Board of Education. This evening, we are honored to recognize the outstanding accomplishments of our students and teachers, as well as our Deeper Learning Symposium program planning team, who pulled off another incredible annual event for our district. We begin tonight with the recognition of Marion Seymour student Martin McAdam. Martin received the National Junior Honor Society Outstanding Achievement Award in 2019. This award is very prestigious and only given to 500 middle school students in the entire country. It's designed for NJHS members who demonstrate excellence in the 5 pillars of NJHS: scholarship, service, leadership, character, and citizenship. Martin's nominators describe him as a leader among his peers who consistently reaches beyond what is expected of him. Martin earned a $500 college scholarship with his award. He was the only JCPS student to receive the award in 2019, as well as the only student from Kentucky that year. To this date, Martin is the only JCPS student to ever receive the award and only the second student in the state with the honor. Please join me in congratulating Martin on this tremendous accomplishment. Next up, we'd like to recognize two recent graduates from Pleasure Ridge Park High School, as well as their advisor. Edward Smith recently won 4 high school student production Emmy Awards from the Ohio Valley chapter of the National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences. The categories include multimedia journalist, news report, commercial, and talent for news or sports. Edward's winning stories included a piece on returning to in-person instruction in the spring. Recent graduate Madison Weiss also won an Emmy for her work on the commercial category. The entry was called Penguin Point, You Could Just Think. Edward and Madison's advisor, Molly Huff, was also recognized during the awards ceremony. Please join me in congratulating Edward, Madison, and Molly on their accomplishments and awards. We are so proud of all of you. And finally, tonight, we'd like to recognize the 2021 Deeper Learning Symposium Program Planning Team. This year's JCPS Deeper Learning Symposium was a great success thanks to the hard work and dedication of the program planning team. Members include Joe McKim, Mimi Ratliff, Irma Bektik, Maddie Shepard, Justin Elliott, Cheryl Bibby, Alan Young, and Christy Mudd. The symposium ran from August 2nd through the 4th at the Kentucky International Convention Center. This was the 4th annual symposium, and teachers got to hear from national experts and leaders in education and discuss the changing landscape of learning. More than 2,000 JCPS teachers attended the 200+ sessions throughout the 3-day event, making this one of the largest in-person educational events in the country since the pandemic. Please join me in congratulating the Deeper Learning team for putting on a fantastic event that will continue to benefit our JCPS teachers for years to come. And that concludes our board recognitions.
Thank you so much. At this time, is there a motion to receive the recognitions this evening? Is there a motion? Board Member Marshall, seconded by Board Member Duncan. All those in favor, would you please raise your hand? It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Before we go on to approving the meeting agenda, you know, parents and grandparents have a certain glow. So the young man, Edward, is the grandson of Board Member Linda Duncan. So if we could give her a round of applause for being a grandmother. At this time, is there a recommendation for the approval of the meeting agenda this evening? Board Member Marshall, seconded by Board Member McIntosh. All those in favor, would you please raise your hand? It passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Then we will move on to the recommendation for the approval of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the July 27th meeting, please? Board Member Marshall, seconded by Board Member McIntosh. All those in favor, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. I will say before I turn it over to Dr. Polio for the superintendent's report, at our 4:30 work session today, we have elected a new vice chair of the board. Would you please help me congratulate the Reverend Dr. Corey Shull, please? Thank you. At this time, I will turn it over to Dr. Polio for the superintendent's report. Dr. Polio.
Thank you, Chair Porter and board members. As you probably know, we were going to, in the superintendent's report, cover the return to school. We have moved that to an information item so we can give a little more detail and hear your questions in an information item. So that was added to the agenda recently. So I will go a little less formal although still very important on my superintendent's report for August 17th, 2021. So first of all, we will talk more about opening day, but it was such an exciting time to get our students back in school, to have our first real, what I would consider official opening day, not hybrid, with all of our students at the same time across our entire community. So I spent the first part of my day, I'll talk a little bit more about that in just a second, at the Academy at Shawnee. But just to be able to be at that school, to be able to go to W.E.B. Du Bois for their ninth grade, first time ninth grade students in the building, to visit Grace James Academy on their brand new school, and 6 other schools, so 9 schools. So I started the day at the Academy at Shawnee, finished the day at Wagner High School, where I spent 9 years of my career too. So it was an incredible day where we get to see students back engaged. And I was proud of all the work of all of our schools as they went through on opening day. I did want to talk a little bit about transportation. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we get into the back to school report. But first of all, I want to say how proud I am of our transportation team for the work that they have put into it. You can see, and I was expecting a little bigger screen there, so my eyes, I'm sorry, I'll have to round off there. But as you can see at the very bottom bullet, this is a narrative with all school districts. There we go. Now we're talking across the country when you are talking about all employee groups. And it is similar in many corporations and in businesses right now with a shortage of employees. And this is a reality for us. So as you see the difference in the routes that we have had to, in about 6 or 7 years, gone about 200 less routes than we did 6 or 7 years ago. It's a major challenge for us, where cities across America right now are really eliminating transportation for many of their students because they don't have the bus drivers. Our team has worked around the clock to ensure that we can do that. And we did have significant improvement from Wednesday to Friday and into this week. So they're going to continue to work to improve that. But I do want to highlight this. This is going to be a continued challenge for our district and all other districts as we move forward with how we transport and how we're able to meet the needs.
Okay, we will move forward with Dr. Polio's remarks, please. Dr. Polio.
Thank you. That wasn't the slide I was expecting everyone to get upset about. So wait till 2 or 3 slides from now. So it is something we are going to have to deal with and work with as we move forward, because it will continue to be a challenge for all districts across America in the near future. Tonight, we'll be providing you our racial equity policy update. So we are excited to bring this to you. And I really wanted to dedicate the rest of my short time here to talk generally about racial equity and the importance of this if we plan on eliminating the achievement gap in JCPS. So I look forward to this report. Diversity, Equity, and Poverty Department has worked hard on racial equity, as all of our schools and our district has. So I know Dr. Marshall, we have some principals here and some other team members who are going to provide an update on that. Here is a picture of equity that I want to share with you. Facilities, obviously, investment in facilities is one piece of racial equity. The picture that you see that I'm looking at on my left, the Academy at Shawnee, that floor was abandoned in 1981. It would have cost $6 million for the district to fix that floor at that time. As you see to your right, this is the new floor. So for the first time in 40 years, students and teachers were on the 3rd floor at Shawnee. More than just being about a floor, this is symbolic about the lack of investment that we have had in our schools in West Louisville. And as we have had faculty and staff that have worked so hard over many years to make this a great school with a declining population, we have to ask the question, if the district's not going to invest in fixing a condemned 3rd floor, why would we expect kids to come to Shawnee? And more importantly, why would they think they're being supported and invested in? And so I'm very proud of this. It is one piece to the puzzle of many. We have to fix many schools across this district, but this was the one that I think was most embarrassing to our district, to have a third floor that was condemned. So I did want to show this guy right here. This was me in the Shawnee yearbook, 1997-98 yearbook. So you all can make fun of my hair. But I say that because as I walked into it wasn't the academy at Shawnee, it was Shawnee High School at the time. Very young teacher who didn't know what they were doing. I still couldn't understand why there was a condemned third floor. We lamented declining enrollment, but I could not figure out why we had a pool that was not working and a condemned third floor in a school where we were trying to support kids. So at no point at that year did I think I would end up in this seat, but I am proud to be a part of the team that finally fixed that. Next Monday, we will be breaking ground on a brand new school at 18th and West Broadway. And so this is the first new facility or new school in West Louisville since Foster. I believe around 2000, I believe was the year. So I am very proud that we are going to break ground on a brand new facility. And the reason I tell you this is because I spent a couple hours today in Wheatley Elementary. And I was so proud of the work of that staff, the excitement, the energy, what the kids were doing in there. But it hurt a lot walking around that school building and seeing the facility that we are sending our children to. So I can't wait to break ground on this and specifically have these young boys and girls coming into this fabulous, innovative school. And finally, I wanted to show you, this is a picture of racial equity. And it's important that we take a look at this and see our investment. Specifically, this right here is capital projects, dollars spent in board districts from 2017 to 2022. And so if we were talking about equality, all of those pie pieces would be the same size. Now, I want to reiterate, we must invest in each of those pies, those slices of the pie, because our facilities are substandard in every single district. But as you can see, of the entire pot of money that has been spent on capital projects approved through 2022, which is 5 years, the largest slice of that pie is District 1, where we sit right now. 36% of the funds for capital projects spent in District 1. And why should we do that? Because we have not invested in our facilities around the district, but specifically in District 1 for many, many years. So I'm proud to show this is a picture of equity. If we want to change outcomes for kids, sometimes we have to give different things for certain groups of kids so they will be successful. We will continue to do this and invest in our students throughout this county, but specifically those that need it the most. Thank you.
Okay, before we leave this evening or soon, we're going to let you know the time of the groundbreaking next Monday. So it's a public event. So I look forward to seeing some of you there. We're very excited about this opportunity and we're confirming the time now. But in the interest of time, we will move on. It's at 10 a.m. next Monday. Is that correct? Okay.
10:30, I'm sorry. My apologies.
Come early, Dr. Polio is providing coffee and donuts. It actually starts at 10:30. I'm sorry, but I hope you're able to join us for that event. We're now going to move on to our speakers for the evening. And there's a statement that I have to read about speakers before we can get started. In accordance with Board Policy 01.421, the board expects that persons who have signed up to address the board will limit their remarks to the subject that they have listed at the time they signed up. that their presentation will not include any abusive remarks about that subject, and that they will present their remarks in a manner that is consistent with the orderly conduct of the meeting. Also, in accordance with board policy, the board reserves the right to limit, extend, or terminate discussion on any subject. Discussion of personnel matters is not permitted as the board has no legal authority regarding such matters, and such discussion is not appropriate. Personnel matters are within the authority of the superintendent. If a speaker begins to discuss a personnel matter, the chair shall terminate the speaker's remarks. A speaker may not initiate charges or complaints against an individual district employee. Discussion of a district employee by name or position is not permitted in order to ensure confidentiality and fairness for the employee. If a person discusses a district employee by name or position in their remarks to the board, the chair shall immediately terminate the speaker's remarks. Speakers before the entire board are not allowed to use props, displays, or any other objects during the presentation. However, informational handouts may be given to one of our security officers to the left or to the right for distribution following the meeting. To ensure the health and safety of other speakers and staff, please refrain from touching the microphone. Each speaker is allowed 3 minutes to address the board and may not share these minutes with any other speaker. At the end of 2.5 minutes, a bell will sound once. You will then have 30 seconds to finish your statement. At the end of 3 minutes, the bell will sound twice, indicating that your time is up. The superintendent will look into the speaker's issues and, if necessary, represent the board in the following up or recommended action to the board. Board Policy 01.45 establishes that persons speaking regarding items on the board agenda shall be permitted to do so prior to persons speaking regarding non-agenda items. A maximum of 45 minutes shall be allocated for speakers immediately after the superintendent's report. Speakers who are unable to be accommodated during that time limitation may address the board later in the meeting immediately after the board reports. The full board policy concerning public participation in open meetings is available for viewing on our website and at our sign-in sheet. So this evening, we're going to start with our speakers who have signed up. The first topic that we will have speakers on is the implementation of the racial equity policy and revisions to the racial equity plan. Our first speaker this evening is Tyra Walker. Ms. Walker, if you're here, please. If she says something fantastic in her presentation, please let her finish her presentation because you're taking up her time. And then we'll give her a raving round of applause when she finishes. Thank you, Ms. Walker, for being here.
Thank you. Oh. I will start with a statement or a quote by Ida B. Wells. The way to right wrong is to turn the light of truth upon them. It took for George Floyd's murder to be televised before the whole world realized the mistreatment of Black and brown people. It took the murder of Breonna Taylor in her home by the hands of rogue police officers for the world to understand the mistreatment of Black and brown people. It took the murder of Ahmaud Arbery by the hands of 2 white men because he fit the profile of someone that was breaking in homes for the world to understand the mistreatment of Black and brown people. 2020 woke the world to mistreatment of Black and brown people, and we cannot let people fall back to sleep. This is not the time to hide behind false history to make it seem as though the white men are the saviors for Black and brown people or the facts of how they were treated due to the color of their skin. It is time to educate everyone from all walks of life about the history of America and of everyone who contributed to creating this United States of America, land of the free. Are we really free? Not when we have chains that limit some of us, not when we are oppressed and not allowed the same rights as everyone else, not when racial equity is a bad word in the eyes of others. Why shouldn't we meet the needs of everyone? That is what equity is, meeting the needs. Why is there fear of educating Black people? Why shouldn't we know the truth about where we came from and who we are and who we were before America? It is because if you teach the true history before slavery, during slavery, and after slavery, that our students will grow up with some sense of belongingness. It is imperative that our students see themselves in our history books and not just as slaves, but as productive and contributing citizens to the creation of the United States. As quoted in readtolead.org article, identity formation is an important aspect of social development in children. More than just their sense of self, they also learn about and understand their place in society, fostering a sense of belonging and acceptance in their community. We need to stop teaching false and alternative facts about history to our students. They deserve to know the truth, and it is our duty as educators to teach the truth. Those of us who support efforts for education that includes racial equity, colonization, slavery, and civil rights are not interested in teaching hate. We're not interested in overthrowing the government. We're not interested in accusing anyone of being inherently racist, hateful. We are a community, not enemies. We are only interested in teaching the truth to all children, with all children equally represented in that truth, so they can take the knowledge and work together to build a world that works for all. For knowledge is a better weapon than a sword. Patricia Briggs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker will be Ben Johnson, and after Mr. Johnson, there will be Terrence Sullivan. Mr. Johnson, Ben Johnson. Mr. Johnson is first, and then Mr. Sullivan.
Good evening. My name is Jim Johnson. I'm a former retired JCPS teacher. First, I want to say thank you to Dr. Polio and the Jefferson County Board of Education for their strong support of teaching Native American and African American history in our public middle and high schools. Currently, many of us are concerned about two issues here tonight. First, the Kentucky Academic Social Studies standards that were produced by the Kentucky Department of Education, July 2019. There is little Native American or African American history built into those social studies standards. State Representative Attica Scott will sponsor a bill that will require the Kentucky Department of Education to include a more comprehensive African American history in the Kentucky Academic Social Studies standards. Attica Scott's bill will be introduced in the 2022 Kentucky State Legislative Session. Second, the Joe Fisher, Matt Lockhart bills will be reintroduced in the 2022 Kentucky Legislative Session also. Their bills are intended to impede the teaching of Native American and African American history in Kentucky public schools, as well as Kentucky's universities. It is, if the Fisher-Lockhart bills pass, they will become law, and the law will allow the Kentucky General Assembly to level heavy fines against schools, school districts, and revoke teacher certification. The Fisher-Lockhart addendum are designed to reach into the classroom and tell teachers what they can and cannot teach. The Fisher-Lockhart bills are unprecedented, an example of state government, big government reaching into our classrooms and deciding what is taught and what is not taught. We who support the teaching of Native American and African American history are not asking teachers to teach racial anti-American history. We are just asking that teachers be allowed to teach a more comprehensive and realistic American history. Omitting African American history, Native American history deprives Black students of African American role models who have made extraordinary contributions to the American society and the development of our country. Omitting the teaching of African American history deprives our students of the knowledge of mistakes that were made in our country's development. The Harvard historian and philosopher, Dr. George Santanata, stated, "Those who cannot recall history are doomed to repeat it." We cannot correct our mistakes if we don't know what they are. So we are asking folks to support the Attica Scott bill that calls for a more inclusive Native American history. And we're asking folks to oppose Joe Fisher Lockhart addendums that will impede the teaching of African American and Native American history in our public schools. We appreciate the support of the Jefferson County Board of Education. To everyone else,
Thank you. Mr. Johnson? No, I'm sorry, there's another Ben Johnson right behind you, so we're going to do Mr. Johnson, and then after the second Mr. Johnson, Mr. Terrence Sullivan. Mr. Johnson.
Good evening. My name is Ben Johnson, president of the Education First Foundation, graduate of Historically Black Florida A&M University, and chair of the JCPS Advisory Council on Racial Equity. I am here to speak in support of the racial equity efforts currently being undertaken by JCPS. When I see what's going on locally and nationally, I am somewhat surprised that so many people suddenly have so much time to come out solely to oppose racial equity initiatives, especially initiatives that have already been in place. But I have time too, so let me give you my perspective. This is happening in part because the previous occupant of the White House issued a series of misguided and misleading executive orders that he nor the people he got stirred up truly understood. Diversity initiatives of JCPS were passed unanimously by this board years ago and need to continue. I guess the people who are opposed now didn't have time then. Critical race theory, which is older than a lot of the adults in this room, is not taught in JCPS. If it had been, these suddenly shocked and concerned parents and politicians would have surely seen the homework assignments, complained about it at parent-teacher conferences, come to previous board meetings, or showed it to the media. They haven't done any of those things, which means it hasn't happened, or maybe they didn't have time. Suddenly, people are concerned about what's being taught and how it might affect the self-esteem of students. Some are specifically worried that white children will be made to feel bad somehow by a curriculum, again, that's not even being taught. Well, let me give you an example of actual assignments that have been given to students. How would you punish a slave? Let's make a slave. Write a letter as a slave. Figure out how to turn a profit as a slave trader. Nothing like this has happened in JCPS to my knowledge, but those are actual assignments given out in this country last year to students ranging from elementary to high school. So Black children have long been intentionally marginalized by curriculum and continue to be. But let me tell you what we don't have time for. Non-educators suddenly becoming curriculum experts. Going backwards on initiatives that are working that seek to encourage and support Black students to challenge themselves and do better academically. Slowing down on the removal of man-made, system-wide, long-standing barriers that should have never been there in the first place. Listening to people who want to teach pieces and parts of history that clearly favor a particular narrative and do not even pretend to tell the whole truth. So in closing, there should not be a single person in JCPS working in any capacity that does not want the best for all children. There should not be a single parent in this country that does not want the best for all children. And we all need to realize an educational system made better for Black children is automatically better for all children.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Sullivan, and after Mr. Sullivan, there will be Kamar Rashad. Mr. Sullivan, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Polio, Chair Porter, and Board. I am Terrence Sullivan, and I'm here as, following Ben, as the Vice Chair for JCPS's Advisory Council on Racial Equity. And I just wanted to speak briefly about how a curriculum based on equity and diversity is very beneficial. So when the pandemic started, the governor in his addresses at the end of them always said, we're going to get through this together. One thing that always stood out to me in thinking about that was that it's hard to get through things together when we're not currently together. And so what I mean by that is we're all in the same place, but we don't understand how we all got here. And so one thing that's very beneficial about being more expressive and comprehensive in our education is that we are allowing students to learn more about why we are where we are and why we are how we are. When I was in school, and I know some people say that we learn these things as we go, but I didn't learn. In school, you learn about Martin Luther King for a day, you learn about a dream, and then you talk a little bit about civil rights movement. It's probably 30 seconds. I learned more about Black history, a comprehensive history with Dr. Ricky Jones when I was in college. I learned more in one day in that class than I did in my 13 years in K through 12. And so we need, maybe not a collegiate level, but we need more conversations about where we are and how we are. In my day-to-day job for the Kentucky Commission on Human Rights, I hear a lot about how people are behaving and what people think. And I don't think anyone is saying anyone is inherently evil or racist or any of that, but there are things that people don't know. And I think there are plenty of things that we can learn from learning about one another. And I'll close with an example from this last board meeting in this very room. After hearing my comments, 2 women came up to me during the break and said, they wanted to ask me some questions. And we talked the whole break. I really wanted to go to the bathroom, but didn't make it. But we talked the whole break and they asked me questions and they kept saying, oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, well, and what I took from that was we need more conversations. We need to allow people to learn. And so by allowing students to learn at an early age, we don't have to wait until they're 60 or 70 years old at a board meeting to learn something they could have learned in elementary school. That's all.
Thank you very much. Kumar Rashad. And after Kumar, there will be Sadiqa Reynolds. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board, JCPS, parents of the community. I'm Kumar Rashad. I'm a high school math teacher at Breckenridge Metropolitan High School, where our kids are awarded to us by the criminal justice system. Over 90% of our kids are Black, and over the past 2 years, I've watched 15 of my former students die due to gun violence. I say this because we don't have time to waste when it comes to saving our babies. I'm inspired today by a pastor from Emmanuel Baptist Church who quoted a scripture that reads, "Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they shall be filled." Our kids hunger and thirsty for righteousness. I asked my students, how would they feel if we had a big old party, invited everybody who contributed to a major project, but when it came time to turn the names into the office who participated, I intentionally leave one of your names off the list. I asked them, am I lying by leaving a name off the list? One student said I was not lying because I did not give the incorrect name, but also acknowledged that I didn't tell the whole truth. Another student wasn't having none of that. He said I was lying if I left that student's name off the list because I knew that if I put that kid's name on the list, then he would be rewarded. But since I was rewarding students who contributed, that I would be lying because I'm presenting to everyone that these are the only students who contributed. That is what school has been for Black folks. For hundreds of years, our educational system has been guilty of obstructing our justice by intentionally leaving us off the accomplishment list. And I say obstructing justice because we know too well that when we go to court, we stand before, raise our right hand, commit to telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. If I tell a partial truth, I risk my freedom because that's obstructing justice. That is what incompletes do. Truth doers is delay justice, harm freedom, diminish equity, especially when there's not fair representation to produce these facts. This is why the Advisory Council of Racial Equity is established. We know our students need role models who look like them, which is why we have increased our administration within 2 years, and now our Black population of students is reflected in principals and assistant principals throughout the district. We have created teacher residency program designed to recruit, train, and mentor minority teachers and remove obstacles that exist for qualified teachers to come to Louisville, like the cost to relocate to pay for and the cost to pay for teacher prep programs at U of L. because representation matters. So when you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, you liberate all of us. We must continue to move forward with our quest for equity, because equity allows all of us to be celebrated. It does not take away the accomplishments of my white brothers and sisters, but allows all of us to be counted and created, treated in a way that pushes to our full potential instead of pretending we educate students in a one-size-fits-all life. Please support our racial equity plans as we continue to liberate everyone with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, because all lives don't matter until all of our stories are told honestly and fairly.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Sadiqa Reynolds, President, CEO of the Louisville Urban League.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. Thank you for allowing me to be here. And I want to thank the board for their work. I want to say thank you to Dr. Polio. Thank you to Dr. Marshall. Thank you to the entire team doing diversity, equity, and poverty work. We appreciate it, and it's always important to say that. I also want to say very clearly, it is really the least you can do. It is the least that we all can do for our young people, and I think that's important. We all, our students, deserve a whole and honest curriculum, and I want to encourage this board again to really be brave. I know you are going to be challenged throughout the year. I know you're going to be challenged in this work, and people are going to push you not to do this, but it is so important, and so we stand as the Louisville Urban League to say to you to please be courageous. We have also offered you some opportunities to even improve more on the work around diversity and inclusion, equity, and the elimination of poverty, the increasing of diversity. And one of the things that we suggested to you was that some of the funds that we are going to have infused into our system be used for some intentional tutoring services. Our children have for much too long been on the wrong side of the achievement gap. We have to get them to proficient and above. And so we are asking you to use funding for intentional tutoring services. We have also asked you to use that funding to help us with recruiting minority teachers. And I like what the brother before me just said. We're talking about paying student loans. We understand that there are one-time funds. We want to be able to pay off student loans for some of these minority teachers that we are recruiting into our system. We think that's so important. It's so important for our young people to see themselves reflected so they too can dream about a future in education. I think that's imperative. We also want you to think about addressing student trauma. We had 6,000 homeless children before the pandemic, even more since then. We have to be intentional about addressing student trauma. And some of you may think that that does not qualify for conversation right now around racial equity, but in fact, you know that it does, because if I overlay the GLP maps that we all get presented every year, and you overlay that with race and you overlay that with poverty, you understand what is happening. So what we really are asking you to do is change the system. What you are doing today is good work. It is important work, but we are looking for system change work. And we are going to stay here every day, regularly pushing you to do that work. And I want you to understand why that's so important. And that's my first bell. I'll just finish this. We also want you to allow principals to have input into what happens in their buildings. We think that the people with the boots on the ground should have some ability to decide that, but always, always, always through this lens of equity. Thank you for the third floor, Shawnee, Dr. Polio. Thank you, Dr. Porter. Thank you all for supporting that work and for continuing to disproportionately support.
Our next speaker is Daryl Unsell, and after Mr. Unsell, it's Ralph Cunningham. Daryl Unsell. We will move on to Ralph Cunningham. If Mr. Unsell is out in the lobby, would someone please ask him to step in? But we'll move on to Mr. Cunningham, who is the president of the Louisville NAACP. Thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to the board, Dr. Polio. I am Ralph Cunningham, president of the Louisville branch of the NAACP. And I'm pleased, and we are pleased to be here this afternoon or this evening to speak about one of the hallmarks of the mission of the NAACP, that being education. That is quality, accessible, equitable education. In the Louisville community, the NAACP has fought for equitable education throughout the years. And we are proud to have supported the racial equity policy you adopted in 2018. The policy addressed programmatic access, staffing, classroom diversity, curriculum, and assessment. That is what you adopted in 2018. You, along with the community, made a commitment to have true equity in our school system, to address lingering inequitable outcomes. And it is those outcomes that we want to address today. For the policy to be successful, we must have real accountability. Having a policy with no accountability is like baking bread without yeast. For us to rise as a district, we need and must have true accountability. We cannot deny that we have made progress, which we applaud. But with all the efforts we have made, note I said we, the achievement gap still lingers, having closed very little. You recognized that in the spring when you unanimously extended the policy through 2024, making certain that those who have the furthest to go can reach their potential. We urge you not to let the those who are vocal, who have no understanding, those who have.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Gay Edelman. Gay Edelman. Gay Edelman. Our next speaker will be Faye Owens. Faye Owens. Ms. Owens. Next will be Shelley Thomas. Shelley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Dr. Polio, I will share with you that my first day of teaching at Iroquois High School was October 31st, 1989. I'm currently speaking as a former teacher in JCPS and as a teacher educator at the University of Louisville. One of the most noteworthy experiences adults who work with students have is the recognition that students are not only observers of the world, they have a direct experiences with and learn from struggles around power and privilege every day. These include racism, sexism, classism, homophobia, transphobia, and other oppressions. Students have important stories to tell and to hear, and they are invested in acting to address individual hate and structural oppression. They also recognize these factors exist inside their schools and classrooms, and that they and the adults who teach them can create change. Therefore, the racial equity policy passed by the Board of Education in May 2018 is a critical and necessary component to improve the educational experiences of students in JCPS. The racial equity policy, with its 5 policy directives, requires the district to commit to a system-wide racial equity plan with strategies for achieving and maintaining racial educational equity for all students. In practice, this means that actions must be taken to improve, to address academic growth and prepare students for their paths following high school within school cultures that affirm their identities and use those identities as scaffolds for learning, and that also use restorative and healing-centered practices within discipline policies that reduce disproportionality with respect to suspension and other exclusionary practices. These all support academic achievement. My role with respect to this policy is as coordinator of the JCPS CARS program, a partnership between U of L's College of Education and Human Development and College of Arts and Sciences and the JCP Office of Diversity, Equity, and Poverty. This program is identified in the Racial Equity Plan as a mechanism to address racial equity. The JCPS teacher cards standing for competency, awareness, and responsiveness to diverse students, is offered to all certified employees currently teaching in teacher of record positions in JCPS accelerated improvement schools to better equip them to teach in Kentucky's most diverse district. CARDS teachers push themselves to improve through cycles of culturally sustaining teaching, enactment, reflection, and feedback. They also center their students' multiple identities in designing instructional content strategies. Furthermore, CARDS teachers push themselves and their student towards critical consciousness. Students use the tools of the content areas to identify and understand instructional inequalities, as well as take action to address these inequalities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Dave Christopher. After Mr. Christopher, it will be Brandon Riddle. Dave Christopher, welcome.
Thank you, Chairperson Porter, Dr. Polio, the rest of the board. I was just talking to Sarika Reynolds. I was actually not going to speak after hearing such amazing people before me, but she said, go ahead and say what you need to say. And so I have a date in my pocket, and it's written on a piece of paper that says August 24th, 2017. On that date is when we received notice from the Department of Equity and Poverty, Diversity, Equity, and Poverty, that we then had a contract to work with some young men with a program called Renaissance. That was some 5 years ago. And in that time that we got to work with those young men, and we came up with this program. The program has since changed its name from the Renaissance because it was for young black boys in JCPS schools, but was so popular that we had to change the name to Level Up so that we could include young black females. Since that time, we've served well over 1,000 young black boys and girls and changed the trajectory of those students. One of the stories that Ms. Porter likes to tell about the first time that we did this program was that we had a summer program, and the program is about providing music and education, and the point of it was to bring the literacy scores up of these young students, right? And so we combined music and writing. They would read a novel, and then they would write poetry, songs, spoken word, or rap, and then record it in the studio. These students were so eager, these same students that were struggling in school with literacy scores and being put out of classes and having all these issues in school based on what they said was their behavior, would actually sit outside the building that we were in on the ground waiting for us to get there so that they could be in that class. These were students that we were told that didn't care about reading, didn't care about education, any of those things. But in that time, that's what they wanted to do. And since then, we've had over 1,000 students that we've in JCPS schools, in the alternative schools, in the JCPS students in the Jefferson County Correctional Center. Those students are eager when we show up. And I tell this story for a reason. We could have done so much more with more support because they had to fight for Dr. Marshall had to fight and struggle to get funding for us to do this program because nobody believed that it would work, but it did. And this racial equity thing, this is what you guys, the Males of Color resolution that you passed in 2017, 2018 had results. I just spoke to several of those, and I still speak to several of those students that have graduated from high school and now going on to college to do different things. This matters. Our kids have the ability, they care, they want to do it, but we have to support them in the way that the things we do in this school. And so this racial equity policy is important Because if not, our kids are out there dying. They're struggling. And I know that they want it, but we've got to be prepared to give it to them.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Brandon Riddle, and after Brandon Riddle, it's McQuella Moneypenny.
Well, okay, that's actually Deshae Felton, just to clarify. I am Brandon Riddle. I'm a social studies teacher at Seneca High School, and I'm about to start my third year as the sponsor for our Black Student Union. And I just wanted to take this time to come up here and thank you all for supporting BSUs. 3 years ago, when I was asked to do it by the students, it was something that a handful of schools had, but now it's virtually accessible to students in every middle school and high school. And I wanted to give a second to let Deshae here speak on her experiences, why she thinks BSUs are so valuable for our students.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Deshae, and I'm a junior attending Seneca at the moment. My freshman year,
Would you tilt that microphone down for her? Because we want to hear her wonderful words. Just tilt it over a little bit. There we go. Thank you.
As I said, I'm a junior currently attending Seneca High School. My freshman year, it was a tough transition from middle school to high school. But over the announcements, I heard about Seneca's BSU. And so I was like, that would be something so cool to do. Like, I'd love to do it. And so after school that day, I stayed after. And I went to attend the meeting, and it just felt so, there was such a sense of belonging when I sat in that room with those other students who looked like me. The BSUs, not just at Seneca, but throughout our district, can be so empowering for students of color. They create a sense of familiarity and community. They create friendships. They even create post-secondary opportunities like scholarships, networking. I've met amazing community members like Representative Attica Scott and Metro Councilman Ja'Cory Arthur, and so many other influential people in our community. Lastly, I'd like to say that one last benefit of our BSUs are that it creates leadership opportunities. You can run for BSU president or vice president, and then you can take those things into your post-secondary life, whether that's college, an internship, whatever the case may be for a certain individual, and those can extend your life. They can create opportunities for you in your post-secondary life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Want to make sure I'm not skipping anyone. So is McQuella Montgomery here? McQuella Montgomery? And after McQuella Montgomery, there will be Dave Owens and then Pastor Bruce Williams. Welcome, Miss Moneypenny. I'm sorry.
Hi, yeah.
Welcome.
So hello, my name is Michaela Moneypenny, and I'm a freshman at Seneca High School. A little less than a year ago, I joined BSU Justice Now. And I didn't know it then, but that was going to be one of the best experiences I've had throughout my education. The amount of opportunities myself and others have been given through BSU has been unbelievable. From poetry competitions and books to writing articles and creating murals, BSU has given Black students a safe place to explore their interests, do things they love, have fun when doing it, and most importantly, be themselves. If there is one thing that we can agree on, it's that the number one priority in JCPS is the students. So with that being said, it's important that we give students a safe space to express themselves and be themselves without feeling judged or labeled. No words can describe how much I loved my middle school's Black Student Union. We could have serious conversations about Black struggles, but we could also have fun and enjoy and just have a comfortable space to be with people who understand you. I had so much fun in BSU, even though it was over a Google Meet, because despite being in TI, my BSU leader at the time and several other teachers showed unconditional support and always made sure that we were having fun. I am so grateful to have the opportunity to join oh my God, PSU Justice Now, and surround myself with smart people and talented students that have amazing ideas and dreams and want to make the world equitable and equal. If there's one thing I want, it's that I want other students and other future generations to be given the same chance to have a group of adults that want to create a safe space for them and encourage them to be proud of who they are and what they can do. I shouldn't have to worry about my future for our Black children. My cousin just started elementary school this year, and I want him to know that he is powerful and will do amazing things despite how he looks. Every child has a chance to be successful and powerful, but we need to show our little kids that people like them can be successful and can be powerful because they are. I want my little brother and cousins to have a better future than Tamar Rice. Every child deserves to know that they can do and be anything and everything, not because they are white, not because they are Black, but because they have potential and can grow and be smarter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Perfect example of student voices matter. Our next speaker is Dave Owens, and then after that, Pastor Williams, and then after that, Ricky Jones, Dr. Ricky Jones. Mr. Owens, welcome.
Thank you for this opportunity to address you today. I am David Owen, Interim Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences at the University of Louisville. I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago where I experienced very little racial diversity and where my education was filled with stories told by the white majority. It wasn't until I went to a metropolitan college that I experienced meaningful racial diversity and began to understand the depth of racial inequity. Since then, I've had to intentionally unlearn these stories and relearn all the ways race shapes my life and our collective lives. Shortly after arriving at U of L, I was appointed by then Dean, Dr. Blaine Hudson, to serve as Director of Diversity Programs for the College of Arts and Sciences. And during that time, I worked with Dr. John Marshall of JCPS and Dr. Shelley Thomas of the College of Education and Human Development to develop an idea of Dean Hudson's that became the CARDS program. The goal of this collaborative program is to provide JCPS teachers with the opportunity to earn their master's degree in education while also earning a graduate certificate in diversity literacy. The core idea is to provide teachers with a deeper understanding of the ways systemic inequality shows up in our society and culture so that they become better educators by integrating this knowledge into their teaching practice. This program represents U of L's and JCPS's joint commitment to racial equity in education, and we continue to stand behind its objectives. Education is concerned with truth, and the discovery and sharing of truth requires a complete picture of the facts. A story about the world, however, cannot be complete when told from only one perspective. True stories must include all perspectives, not just the mainstream or dominant ones. The resistance to critical race theory is grounded in fundamental misunderstandings of what it is about, and this resistance seeks to narrow our perspective, not widen it. Critical race theory seeks to widen the perspective by completing the picture of who we are as a nation and tell the truth about our history and our society. Sometimes this creates discomfort, but that is as it should be. Good education is not the repeating of hollow myths about ourselves. Instead, it is critical thinking about our world and doing so from all perspectives. Good education thus requires telling the whole truth, and doing so in our particular national context requires critical race theory. We cannot teach an accurate picture of our nation and the experiences of its diverse peoples without taking into account how race shapes society and individual lives. This commitment is reflected in much of the work of the faculty across the College of Arts and Sciences. Our college stands for racial equity, as do I, and I urge you to renew the district's racial equity.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Reverend Dr. Bruce Williams. Pastor Williams, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Superintendent Polio. You have heard and you will hear continue to hear a number of speakers who will come and extol the virtues of equity, and rightly so. You'll hear after this a presentation that will give you the sum and substance of a sound, equitable plan. And that's good as well. You'll no doubt hear in that plan things like the importance of proper curriculum, how it's important that people of ebony hue not only hear about their stories, but see images that help convince them that they're embraced by our JCPS system and by our city, and give them a sense of self-worth so they will not be out here killing each other because they really hate themselves. I think you'll also hear, no doubt, something about equity and in hiring, that is hiring superintendents and administrators and teachers and the like, and rightly so, because we know that many times people of ebony hue not only need to hear, not only need to see images of themselves in paper, but they need to see images of themselves in flesh and blood. You will also probably hear in the equity plan about business, about equity in business, so that some of these schools that are being built, it can include entrepreneurs, Black entrepreneurs as well, because we know that historically, systemically, they have been excluded. And all of these things are important. All of them are absolutely important, and rightly so, these things should be discussed. But I want to suggest to you that the most important thing about today is not simply having the sum and substance of a sound equity plan. The most important thing is not even to have a healthy discussion about it. That's important too. And the most important thing is not even simply voting on a good, sound plan. The most important thing is the implementation of the plan. Too often we have good plans and we have good discussion and we even have a favorable vote. But when it comes to the practical implementation of the plan, those who end up resisting the plan or bristle against the plan win the day. I think it's important that we have strong leadership from our superintendent and from our board to make sure that we hold people accountable who are responsible for carrying out the plan, practically doing the plan in the system, and make sure that when there is accountability, when that is not done, that there are consequences as well. It's important for us to remember that this is what our children need, this is what our parents desire, and that good education for our children is good for families. Good families is good for the community, that's good for the city, that's good for the Commonwealth. What is good for Black children is good for the Commonwealth of Kentucky. And I would urge you to make sure that we not simply hear a good plan and talk about a good plan and vote on a good plan, but we make sure the plan is actually practically implemented.
Thank you, Pastor Williams. Our next speaker is Dr. Ricky Jones. Dr. Jones. After Dr. Jones, it will be Pastor Milton Seymour. Welcome, Dr. Jones.
Madam Chair, I want to take some time to say all kind of good things about the cool people on the stage, like my brother John Marshall and Superintendent Polio, true baller, and Chair Diane Porter, but I only got 3 minutes, so I'll just say what's up to y'all and keep on rocking. My name is Dr. Ricky Jones. I'm the longest serving chair. Oh, I see Brother Shul there too. I'll say what up to you too, bro. My name is Dr. Ricky Jones. I'm the longest serving chair of the Department of Pan-African Studies, one of the oldest Black Studies departments at the University of Louisville, the first Black Studies department in the South. We are proud to have partnered with JCPS recently to offer the first Introduction to Pan-African Studies Black Studies class in JCPS for dual credit so high school kids can get college credit. And we started to do that. So we now have a little bit of skin in the game. And I want to talk very quickly about some of the things that are going on. In Black Studies, we are part of the most radical insurgency in American higher education. And we have been attacked since 1968 when the field began, not because we're poor scholars, poor teachers, or poor servants, but we have been attacked because we're committed to offering needed correctives to unbalanced curriculums nationwide that teach and reaffirm the idea that European descended people are the ones who have solely created the world, tamed it, and made it better. In this world, no one else, especially Black people, are seen as contributors to the forward flow of history. And that, of course, is a lie. If you do not have a curriculum that consistently and cogently challenges that notion, you do not have a viable curriculum. In the most multiracial, multicultural, and multi-ethnic America we have ever seen. And if you do not believe me, simply look at recent census data that talks about that fact. I was at Ballard High School this morning. I'm doing my tour of the schools that are offering this class. Was at Moore last week, was at Ballard High School this morning. I talked to the kids about lies. There have been many lies told about critical race theory and its progeny by certain elected officials and their supporters over the last few months. CRT teaches no one to be racist or hate white brothers and sisters. It simply forwards that the most effective way to study racism, which like global warming, the coronavirus, racially motivated gentrification, and voter suppression does exist, is structural, not individual. Curriculum should teach the truth about America and the world, the good, the bad, and the ugly. That is what creates not just better students, but better citizens. In closing, I'll say this: to be sure, it is no secret that, like Brother Fred Hampton, I am a revolutionary. But telling the truth to our children should not have to be a revolutionary act. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. Pastor Seymour, and after Pastor Seymour, Beanie Gohagan. We have just a few people left to speak on this topic. So rather than us stopping, I would like for us to move forward and have all the speakers and then go directly to the presentation from Dr. Marshall and his team. Is there anyone on the board that is opposed to that? Okay, thank you. Welcome, Reverend Seymour.
Yes, I would like to say that as we are here today, and many times I have been on the other side of Jefferson County Public Schools, but today I'm here talking about racial equity plan for Jefferson County School. And as I looked over this plan and was looking at everything that has been said, and I would like to know that, I know you're not here to ask questions, but as we look at this plan and all the things that are going forward, we've been in a pandemic, and how do we stand and where are we going from here? And as I stand before you today, and I say to you that a lot of times that there are so many things been swept up under the rug in our community and all through our society. But I believe that there are some things that we cannot up under the rug. Our children must have, none of them must and should have an education in this school. No one should be left behind in Jefferson County schools. I heard us talking about some of our best schools and some of our best scholars. I'm praying and also hoping that everyone will have a great education and a great experience in Jefferson County Public Schools. We have watched the war. We have watched how America has been able to sweep things under the rug. We have broken promises so many times. And I stand here today saying to you, I wish and pray that our children will not be left behind here in Jefferson County. I know we're making a lot of promises here today that we are going to bring everyone forward as we go forward. I would like to ask also the question that we are talking about our drivers and everybody that made it to drive our kids. How long are we going to bus kids in Jefferson County? I know that is a federal thing, but that's one of the things that I think that we need to talk about, that perhaps that we could educate our children a lot better if they was in home schools. And I'm thankful to hear that we are building neighborhood schools. And I'm thankful to hear that all of these schools and all of these children, no one would be left behind. We need to look at the homeless children. We need to look at all of those that was absent during our virtual schools and have they been accounted for. Those are some of the things that I would like to talk about in this equity program. I have nothing else to say, but to say to you, keep on doing what you're doing. Thank you, Madam Chairman, the Superintendent, and all of you that have spoke before me. I think most of you have already said that what we need to say. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Reverend Seymour. Our next speaker is Benny Gohagan and then Reverend David Snarden. Beanie Gohagan. I'm sorry, I mispronounced it. Welcome.
Last month, United Airlines announced that 50% of the 5,000 pilots trained in the next decade will be women or people of color. If 50% of the best qualified possible applicants fit those demographics, then great. Personally, I just want the pilot who's going to make sure we land safely. It's important to note that it is a career that requires talent, knowledge, objective ability, and competency, not subjective, politically correct, culturally responsive, or culturally relevant criteria. This is also true of careers such as engineer, architect, physician, diesel engine tech, construction worker, nurse, pharmacist, just to name a few. Our schools should be preparing our students to fill these positions. I know many amazing teachers who want to do just that. However, instead of receiving professional development on how to better teach literacy and numeracy, they are slogging through training sessions such as creating inclusive spaces, LGBTQ early childhood elementary classroom, white rage virtual book study, mindfulness, compassion, implicit bias, creating a culturally responsive classroom culture, an urgent issue, racial equity in our classrooms. These are just a few professional development offerings from the JCPS menu. Our school district has some of the most experienced and talented educators in the state. I have had the pleasure of being in the classroom and watching some of them teach. It is sometimes like watching an artist create a masterpiece. Unfortunately, instead of those teachers being able to do what they do best, JCPS saddles them with unproductive and tedious tasks, such as the racial equity analysis protocol. Meanwhile, I will remind you that our district-wide reading proficiency rate is 45.5%. Our math proficiency rate is 39.7%, and 24.9% of students in JCPS are proficient in science. The great American Frederick Douglass once stated, "Some know the value of education by having it. I know the value by not having it." Will the students in JCPS know its value by having it, or will they find out its value later in life when they realize they missed out on so much? I'm here speaking for thousands of parents who want their children educated, not indoctrinated. I'm speaking on behalf of teachers who want to teach academics to students, not cultivate social justice warriors. I'm speaking on behalf of students who want to soar and achieve their dreams upon graduation. Stop wasting time, money, and resources on politicized programs that have little evidence of improving student achievement, and get back to the basics of skill development and quality education. If you want examples of how to do that, speak to the pastors in our local urban communities who are successfully implementing rigorous curriculum in schools they started at the request of their congregants. True equity comes from setting high expectations, offering support to reach those expectations, and instilling in students an attitude of excellence and victory rather than excuses and victimhood. I strongly encourage you to examine which attitudes the JCPS Equity Plan is cultivating.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Reverend David Snarden. Reverend Snarden. After Reverend Snarden, there will be Frank Simon and then Ruth Ann Shoemate Reed. Welcome, Reverend Snarden. Could we please honor our speaker, please? Thank you. Reverend Snarden.
Greetings to this board, to Dr. Polio, for the hard work during this unprecedented times. Thank you to the two teachers and all those who work in the school district for your care and concern and the well-being of our children. You're doing a phenomenal job. We love you and we support you. My name is Reverend David Snarden. I am the pastor at Joshua Tabernacle Missionary Baptist Church. I'm the president of the Interdenominational Ministerial Coalition. Before going independent, IMC was the local-based arm of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. It is with that same spirit that IMC supports the Racial Equity Plan implemented within JCPS and is sensitive to the cultural and social needs of the growing Black and brown population in JCPS. Instead of speaking from a place of fear and ignorance, I actually went to a number of schools to see what a difference this plan has made in the educational process. I want to say thank you to Reverend Dr. Corey Schul for taking me on a tour and showing me how the Racial Equity Plan has made a positive impact in the lives of children and teachers. I don't see how anyone who actually went inside the school and saw how the Racial Equity Plan actually has improved the learning process for teachers and students could think that how to think critically about the world around them would be against the racial equity plan if they all actually saw it in action for themselves. How that it provides a school culture that facilitates a strong sense of belonging for students. How they listen to the students to learn how to best teach and serve them. How they uplift the personhood of our children by providing a culturally diverse learning environment instead of adhering to old, outdated, harmful disciplinary practices that only breed resentment in children. It was many years ago, I was co-president of Clout, Citizens of Louisville Organized United Together, and we were fighting against the JCPS because of its policies with zero tolerance that was found to be harmful to children, especially Black boys. I actually went into a school today and I was actually able to see how restorative justice practices was implemented, and that's what we were pushing. And it provided a way for the child in elementary school to deal with conflict in a helpful and healthy environment. We stand behind you because you got this one right. We support you, and we need to make sure that this is funded so that we can see that all of our children reach their fullest potential.
Thank you, Reverend Snarden. Mr. Frank Simon, Mr. Simon, Frank Simon. And if Mr. Simon is not here, Ruth Ann Shoemate Reed. Ruth Ann Shoemate Reed.
What is happening in Jefferson County school system is child abuse. My degree is in social work from Spalding University. I've worked extensively with abused children, and this allegation of abuse would be substantiated by number one, the decision by JCPS that all students will be required to wear a mask, even on school bus, regardless of their vaccination status. This is detrimental to the health of each student. Wearing the mask has proven to cause the student to have headaches, makes it difficult for them to concentrate, results in impaired learning, drowsiness, and fatigue, in addition to the harmful effects on socialization skills. A court in Weimar, Germany recently ruled in favor of a parent arguing that her children's basic rights were being violated by the mask mandate. The court ordered the schools to end the mandate, declaring that they damaged the mental, physical, and spiritual well-being of the students while failing to offer any discernible benefits for the children themselves or the third party. The second allegation of abuse is the indoctrination that these children are receiving at the hands of so-called educators, who we pay to educate them with skills to be proficient in reading, math, science, and a full understanding of history, the good and the bad. Instead, they are being force-fed propaganda through JCPS curriculum, which blames and judges on the basis of race, ethnicity, gender, and religion, and demonizes the very founding of our country. This leads to students feeling discomfort, guilt, anguish, and other forms of psychological distress. JCPS has publicly stated that critical race theory, CRT, is not being taught. This is a lie. Regardless of the code name they are labeling it, it is being taught. In April 2021, the Federal Department of Education ruled to prioritize the funding of CRT through the works of CRT proponent Ibrahim Kendi and Nicole Handa-Jones of the 1619 Project, which is a racist, fictitious work. Regardless of what you call it, CRT is Marxism, the oppressed and the oppressor. How dare JCPS do this evil to our children, crippling anyone with the idea that they cannot achieve unless standards are lowered. This is the ultimate form of racism, keeping students from developing their full potential. Teachers must be mandated to wear body cameras so that parents may witness what their children are being taught. Mark my words, homeschooling will flourish in Jefferson County because of what you're doing. April 2020 to October 2020, families pulling their kids out of public schools more than doubled, and Black children being homeschooled was increased by 5 times. Be on notice, JCPS. This will not stand. May God help us in this battle. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Diana Starr. I want to be clear. I want to be clear. We are listening to speakers as it pertains to the racial equity policy and revisions to the racial equity plan. Our next speaker is Diana Starr. After Ms. Starr is Reverend Tim Finley. Diana Starr. I do not see Ms. Starr coming at this time. Reverend Tim Finley. Reverend Finley, welcome.
To Chairman.
Could we respect our speaker, please? Please.
To Chairman Porter, Dr. Polio, to this prestigious board, after attending several of these meetings and listening to so many individuals inaccurately quote and promote a sanitized, whitewashed Dr. King that fits easily into their worldview, I thought it would be appropriate to begin my comments with Dr. King. But instead of using the gentrified "I have a dream" paragraph, I would use the lesser known and accepted letters from the Birmingham jail. He says, and I quote, "First, I must confess that over the past few years, I have been gravely disappointed with the white moderate, who is more devoted to order than to justice, who constantly says, 'I agree with you in the goal you seek, but I cannot agree with your methods of direct action,' end quote. Tonight, I stand in complete and total support of the racial equity plan, and here's why. Racial inequities are not random. They have been created and sustained over time. Inequities will not disappear on their own. Tools must be used to change the policies, programs, and practices that perpetuate inequities. But yet I understand why so many people stand against the push for racial equity. Driving equity and justice isn't about tinkering with systems that just ended up being imbalanced. It's about dismantling oppressive systems that are working exactly as they were designed. Let's be very clear this evening. The manufactured hysteria and panic over equity is the product of conservative media, the scaring of parents over which their kids are learning in school about US history and its present realities. There can be no progress until there is acknowledgement that our school systems have been complicit in perpetuating systemic racism that have resulted in current inequities. This has included the criminalization and the marginalization of Black children by policies and practices ranging from discriminatory discipline to inequitable school funding and staffing to curriculum tracking and school segregation. James Baldwin said so eloquently, "You cannot fix what you will not face." In facing the moment, the goal must be to dismantle these discriminatory policies and replace them with approaches that honor the dignity of the lives of Black children as they do all children. For too long, Black children have been targeted by discriminatory discipline practices in schools that suspend and expel them disproportionately. That is not an opinion, that is a fact. And to those who oppose the racial equity plan, simply say what you really want to say. We don't care about data, science, math, statistics, or hundreds of years of inequity, inequality, and mistreatment of Black children. And when you do say it, don't dare quote King or Christ, because your view of both has been distorted. As many have argued, the so-called achievement gap should be actually termed the opportunity gap, because the problem is not in the ability of the students, but in the uneven opportunities they are afforded. And as JCPS continues to move toward a more equitable school,
Thank you, Pastor Finley. Our next speaker from the 15th District PTA is Sienna Newman. Ms. Newman, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. I'm Sienna Newman from the 15th District PTA. I'm here tonight to speak in support of JCPS racial equity policy and the diverse and inclusive curriculum of K through 12 education. While there has been lots of confusion and political rhetoric in the news, the PTA wants to applaud JCPS' continued work in racial equity for all of our students. JCPS has worked diligently to identify biases in curriculum, policies, practices, and programs, and have worked to address those that perpetuate inequities towards our children and minority communities. Race and diversity are important factors in teaching, learning, and family engagement. The PTA believes that culturally responsive teaching and inclusive curricula are imperative in building socially competent and aware children, enhancing their intellectual capability and psychosocial well-being. Culturally inclusive education has been shown to yield positive results, including achievement in higher test scores, higher self-esteem, and most importantly, increased graduation rates and post-graduation opportunities for all students. Inclusive K through 12 curricula and multicultural resources empower students and families of all backgrounds to understand themselves more effectively in relation to others, as well as build strong communities. Classrooms that celebrate diverse histories and cultures break down existing barriers and create supportive and inclusive schools that encourage students to grow and learn in the safest, most empowering spaces possible. The 15th District PTA is proud to be a member of the committee that worked on the JCPS racial equity policy and would like to reaffirm its support of diverse and inclusive curriculum in K through 12 education. We will continue to advocate for policies that will break down barriers for all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There may be, our last speaker may be here. Someone signed up in the lobby. Their first name is Matt. The last name begins with S-I-Z. If that person is here and prepared to speak only on the racial equity policy and revisions to the plan, please join us. This will be our last speaker. After this speaker, we will take a brief break for those who need to leave at that time. So this is our last speaker. Would you please tell us your last name?
Singleton.
Okay, thank you.
Singleton.
Thank you.
All right. I feel like the spirit of this is along with another set of teachings that are all put together as we see with Kentucky academic standards. Such topics as evolution, Big Bang Theory, global warming, including the CRT, and also issues of homosexuality and the transgender program, which are all encompassed in diversity, equity, inclusion. Now, these things do exceed. And when I say that, I mean, these are a worldview that the parents have ownership of. The parents have the right to instill their values into their children. Now, I've heard it said that we're talking about censorship. If y'all don't believe in censorship, I do have scientific peer-reviewed research on dinosaur blood that was less than 10,000 years old in secular research. Is that going to be in the curriculum? I think it's going to be censored, okay? So we do have something specific. That's why they took the 10 Commandments out of the schools so they can they replace it? See, young people don't know. I do feel like some of these things are cherry picking the facts. But generally, as we're looking at all these different things, the fact is, as I'm reading things, they've got like this National Assessment of Educational Progress. You have this huge gap. Unfortunately, this is half the story. Not is there a huge gap, but both of them are going downhill. We talk about math, we talk about reading. Those subjects are going downhill, and you are damaging the children. And you are very damaging the Black children and the white children. And what happens? Well, if you don't have math and reading, you're not going to have science. And then what are these kids going to have? You give them a tablet, you give them all these instruments that they don't even know how to fix, so they're hooked on to the big corporate government. Big corporations, global corporations, all that kind of stuff. They're not being prepared. And yeah, okay, I feel good about y'all cleaning up the third floor of Shawnee. That's great. Put the kids in the Taj Mahal, but doesn't make them intelligent. You have to not only educate them, but inspire them. And they're not being inspired by some alternative of kicking God out of the school. Okay, we get God out of school. How about this? Let's get the devil out of the school. Stop putting another worldview into the kids. Let the parents have control for once. If they had that authority and that ability, they can raise up their kids.
Thank you very much. We are recessed for 10 minutes. 10 minutes, please.
I don't feel like people can hear me when I talk to these things.
We will start our meeting in 30 seconds, please. So if you'd like to take a seat, I would appreciate it. We will start in 30 seconds. I guess that means we're done, right? Now I know how to turn this off. All right. Thank you so much. At this time, we're going to move on with our agenda. I need to announce again that after the 45 minutes plus, we go back to our agenda. And for those that are speaking on non-agenda items, we have to go through the rest of our agenda, and then we have the remainder of our speakers. I'm sorry if I was not clear with that when we first started the meeting. So now we are back to our agenda. At this time, Dr. Polio is going to introduce us to the presentation on the racial equity policy and plan. Dr. Polio.
Thank you, Chair Porter and board members. I'm excited to have you hear about the updates to our racial equity policy and plan. Proud of the work that we've done, especially even through the pandemic, but I know we have a long way to go as well. So happy to turn it over to Dr. Marshall. He has BJ Bunton with him at the table, who's been a great addition to the team. And I think some other folks who will be presenting. We'll turn it over to Dr. Marshall.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, board chair, community. We are here to talk about the racial equity policy here in Central High School. And it is only fitting that we start off with the true Olympian Muhammad Ali, who was an alumni from here. The Jefferson County Board of Education unanimously passed a policy that commissioned the district to redress systemic inequities that historically marginalized students of color. What this means is the board and their bold leadership said there are things that we must do in order to move this work forward. And how do we move this work forward? Through culturally responsive teaching, to holding the staff community and teachers accountable for making sure we do what needs to be done. This was passed unanimously, like I said, and the board approved this. Since then, you will see an update from the board approval to this date with some very ambitious goals and metrics that you will hear and see. Here are our 5 tenets that the board approved. I will not read the stuff under. However, programmatic access, understanding that we must improve access for our students of color. Staffing and classroom diversity is something that you've heard our speakers talk about, something that this leadership team is very serious about, and you'll hear others speak to that. Central office commitment, the cabinet that I'm very proud to be a part of, and will put this cabinet against anyone in the nation, understands that we cannot sit in Van Hoos and not be responsible for racial equity as well. So we have a central office commitment and are held accountable to that under the leadership of Dr. Polio. Curriculum and instruction and assessment. We have heard and we all agree that curriculum must change if we are serious about this work. We must be more inclusive in our curriculum. We must be more inclusive in the way in which we assess, and we must make sure it is more engaging. And then school culture and climate. We understand that in order for there to be a conducive culture and climate, there must be things that we put in place for all students to be welcome. Again, I said the board has unanimously passed these tenets and said this is what we must do. Again, programmatic access, staffing and classroom diversity, central office commitment, curriculum, instruction, and assessment, which is what the schoolhouse is truly responsible for, and school culture and climate. Equity. It's not a buzzword, it's not a bad word. It is what we do. The terms equity refer to fairness and justice that distinguishes from equality. Whereas equality means providing the same, equity means recognizing that we do not start from the same place and that we must acknowledge and make adjustments for imbalances. When we approve a racial equity policy, this board, we are saying that there are some things that we must acknowledge and we must move past equality. All students need what they need, and we understand based on our data, and we understand based on history, that there is a racial inequity inside of our school system that we are boldly attempting to face. Culturally responsive teaching / leading. Culturally responsive teaching is using the cultural knowledge and prior experiences, diverse frames of reference and performance styles of ethnically diverse students to make learning encounters more relevant. We're saying we're giving students voice and choice. Dr. Carmen Coleman speaks to that a lot. And we're saying that there is stuff that our students bring in and should be allowed to bring in. Students of color should not have to leave part of themselves on the outside of that door. They should be able to bring themselves in and bring in their cultural knowledge and their cultural understandings and prior experience to move that forward. And again, all of these definitions and all of this that we are tackling goes back to those 5 tenets that this board has definitely approved. And we are centering this. Dr. Polio talks about all this all the time. We are centering this board around our students and our need for our teachers and the desire that our teachers have to be more culturally responsive. All right, this is a JCPS alum, Ronnie Baker. Here's what we know to be necessary, and here's the benefits of having a culturally responsive classroom, school, system, and community. Agency. Students find and use their voice. You heard students from Seneca High School find their voice in Black student unions. Activate. We want critical thinkers and we want activists to challenge, change, and commit to keeping what is good in society. There is nothing wrong with questioning, and we want our students and community to inquire and investigate, question and interrogate all injustices and all things good to make sure we can maintain and explore. Through the leadership of this board and through the leadership of Dr. Polio, we are truly trying to have exploration in our learning, in our leadership, and what we do, to respect the worldviews, all worldviews, and not be monochromatic in what we do, what we lead, and what we think. Improve. Train to challenge, research, correct, and contribute. This is not a rote type of learning. We want teachers and students to challenge what we're doing, find better ways to do it, and include all in doing so. Post-pandemic, I remember when JCPS first closed down and they had a microphone in Dr. Polio's face, and he said, "What are you going to do about racial equity?" And he said, "We're going to double down." I just wanted to share with you some of the things that double down looks like, thanks to this board and our leadership. There is a partnership, and you heard Dr. Jones speak. There is a partnership with the University of Louisville in Pan-African Studies for dual credit. A lot of districts, very few districts are even thinking about doing that kind of work, and this is during a pandemic. Equity conclaves under the leadership of Mr. Bunton and Dr. Coleman. We put together equity conclave that was online, virtual, I should say, and we tackled our racial equity documents and our documents that are driving the work around what we do. We will talk more about the Equity Monitoring Progress Tool, affirming racial equity, REAP, and the Equity Scorecard, our oldest and most venerable document. And then the Equity Screener. Under the leadership of DeJuan Williams, we're putting together a screener that shows leadership has to prove and evidence that they've been about racial equity. If you're moving forward and say you want to be the next Dr. Polio superintendent, you should have a cachet of work that shows that you were doing that as a principal, as a director, as something. You can no longer, if we were doing this, just move forward without proving that you have been embedded in this work or that where you come from is about this work, and you can address racial equity. So we're screening for equity in the sense under the leadership of Dr. Greenwebb that's also helping move this work forward. This is after the pandemic with plans going on during the pandemic. 10 highlights that we should all be very proud of as a community, and I won't go through all of them. Increased the gifted and talented numbers for students of color. That is very necessary. There are teachers. We heard a lot of talk about what teachers want to do. Most teachers want to do this kind of work. There's a team of teachers we call TOTE, Team of Teachers for Equity, that have designed curriculum to demonstrate and show what culturally responsive teaching looks like and how it can be used, and that will be outward facing. The increase of Black cabinet members. You look up here at the stage. When I first got here, I was by myself. Now there's a whole lot of Black people up here, and that's good. We need to continue doing that kind of work. Highest recruiting numbers of Black males. I do not want community and board to miss this. This is the highest recruiting number for Black males since I've been up here, and Dr. Greenwebb will talk more about it. Moratorium on P-3 suspensions, barring law violations. That is a huge step. We're a little behind the ball, and Dr. Polio said that earlier. Districts are already doing this, but we call a moratorium on suspensions P-3. Louisville Teacher Residency Program is something we've talked about. and exceeding the minority and women-owned business MWBE goal for the last fiscal year. The future state work that we've talked about, the video or the picture that Dr. Polio showed around improving Shawnee. In our future state work, in every cluster or cohort, if you will, we are talking about racial equity. We are talking about what needs to happen in the future state. And we cannot have a future state if we're not addressing racial equity. And then Jefferson County Technical College partnership with NWBE. We have MWBEs, minority women in businesses, going to JCTC, getting credit and understanding the adequate and appropriate ways to bid as minority businesses. As we are ambitiously building buildings, we also understand that there must be Black, brown, female hands building those buildings if we're truly about equity. And now I will hand it over to Dina Dawson.
I've got it. Yep. Thank you, Dr. Marshall. Greetings, Chair Porter, Dr. Polio, board members, and also our community members. As Dr. Polio and some of our speakers have mentioned, and also Dr. Marshall, racial equity policy was adopted in 2018. As a result of that policy being adopted, a racial equity plan was developed to address those directives in the policy and also the 5 tenets that Dr. Marshall just mentioned. That first iteration of the plan was enacted from 2018 to December 2020. That initial version of the policy has since run its course. Dr. Dawson and myself, so DEP and research department, beginning in April of this year and running through the second week of June, had been meeting weekly to review those policy, not the policy directives, but the plan, metrics, and also strategies, revise those, and also revise the strategies in that initial plan. We then took that to our cabinet members for review of those metrics and also to look at those strategies to determine if we were going to go forward with those metrics and also those strategies, giving them an opportunity to be able to revise and also make additions if they so chose to do so. We reconvened in July of this year to take a final review and make final adjustments. And each division was assigned a task to determine a goal for those metrics that were revised that have a benchmark for that particular set of data for that metric. We settled on 23 metrics and 94 strategies in this new version of the racial equity plan. Dr. F. Bruce Williams spoke a little bit earlier about accountability and also about implementation. And I know Dr. Polio mentions that quite often, implementation and impact. And so I agree with Dr. F. Bruce Williams and right there with Dr. Polio. It means nothing that we don't implement these metrics, these strategies that are in place. So part of my responsibility is to help monitor that plan. And so we have a meeting structure in place where we'll meet with our central office departments bi-monthly, and we'll go through each of those strategies and those metrics to see where we are in terms of meeting the needs and the necessities of that plan. And also reviewing those goals that have been determined by our central office chiefs. And so that will take place beginning this month, actually. Latter part of this month, we'll have our first initial meeting to begin that work and begin reviewing those action strategies and taking a look at where we are in terms of data for those metrics. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Dawson, and she'll speak a little bit about the metrics as well.
Thank you, Mr. Bunton. So I do want to note that as you see the metrics in the 5 different tenant areas, it's important to note that we recognize that some of these metrics have been impacted by the pandemic and that we'll want to take a closer look at those baselines after the pandemic to see if we need to make any adjustments. But when it comes to central office commitment, we've identified 2 metrics. One is to increase the funding in our schools with higher concentrations of students with color and students of poverty. We already have begun this work with our future state around resourcing high poverty schools, as well as the ESSER funding that we dedicated based on a new student weighted formula to give additional funds for schools with higher concentrations of students of color and from poverty. The second metric is focused in on increasing the number of district and school policies, practices, and procedures that have been analyzed using the racial equity analysis protocol. Our target is to double the number of REAPs that have been conducted. And as Mr. Bunton mentioned, we are reviewing those on a bi-monthly basis as we look at our progress in this area in particular. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Coleman to talk about the metrics set around curriculum instruction and assessment.
Sure, thank you. So we have, as you know, set some specific goals around teaching and learning. And a couple of those, one, to increase the number of courses that we offer that consider the cultural contribution and perspectives of others. We also want to increase the number of students enrolled in those courses. In addition, we want to accelerate, of course, the number of students of color who are transition ready, along with the number of students of color who are proficient and distinguished on state assessments. We will continue to leverage the Black Historical Consciousness Framework. And in addition to this, our area superintendents will report biannually on the progress of schools and their racial equity goals. We will continue to have bi-monthly meetings with our colleagues and partners in DEP. We will continue to leverage teachers to demonstrate and design culturally responsive lessons. And one of my favorite ways that we do this is through an initiative called TOTE, Teams of Teachers for Equity. And those teachers have just shown that they are really, really good at being models for culturally responsive teaching. In fact, two that I will mention by name that I've had the honor really to meet and observe in the last year. One is Brian Smith, and the other is Randy Skaggs. Randy is at Brown, and I believe Brian is at Olmsted South. Is that right? Fantastic teachers, and we love to give teachers the opportunity to learn from one another. We'll continue to use our anchor documents such as the REAP, the R tool, the EMPTY, and the equity scorecard. And on that note, I think it's important to note, you know, we talk a lot about curriculum and instruction. Curriculum we think of as the what of teaching and learning. What is it that we want our students to know and be able to do? This plays a tremendous role, as has already been mentioned numerous times tonight, in our efforts toward cultural responsiveness. Two of our primary goals have been to ensure a whole curriculum and to ensure that all students can see themselves in curriculum and curriculum materials. Also, we want to, tools such as the R tool that I've mentioned help us to do this, as well as our goal of increasing the number of courses that consider the cultural contributions and perspectives of others will help us to reach that goal. Instruction, or the how, speaks to how the curriculum is taught and learned. And Dr. Marshall and I thought it was important here to note the work of Dr. Belcher and his team. They've been key in this already, as they have made it a priority to get a device and internet access to every student. Our backpack of success skills also emphasizes the importance of giving students many ways to demonstrate their learning. We are thinking much bigger about what it means to be successful.
So the anchor documents, there are 4 of them. There's many more documents, but these are the 4 that are driving the racial equity work in the district. The R tool, which stands for Affirming Racial Equity. It puts teachers in a position to draft lessons that actually affirm the being and the thoughts of our students, and really looks at making sure that our students of color are included in the curriculum. The Equity Monitoring Progress tool is a tool that principals use, and you'll hear them talk about it here shortly, to make sure that what they say they're doing in their school plans is actually proof and is actually evidenced in their work. And it's kind of a bragging rights to say, this is what we're doing around our work. Dr. Polio set with the equity scorecard a true charge for our principals to look at their data and make sure that they create a racial equity plan that drives the work and moves achievement forward for all students. And then the racial equity analysis protocol. Putting that in place allows us to think about what we're doing, procedures that we might have, or procedures or policies that we might make that do not marginalize, mistreat, or mute our students of color. That has been used throughout the district under the leadership of Dr. McPhail. She has really moved this work forward with the help of Dr. Dossett to make sure when we make decisions that the racial equity analysis protocol catches unintended consequences or unintended mistreatment of our students. And in doing so, we have been successful at changing some cultures, changing some practices, and changing some things that we have done inside of the schools and inside the district. I will also note that Dr. Polio has us do a REAP in cabinet every Monday to talk about the practices and policies at that level of leadership as well.
Thank you, Dr. Marshall. And staying true to form, when I come up here and help present some of our district-wide plans, I take, as chief of schools, I do take full responsibility as one who's going to make sure that not just the tenant that I'm going to present to you, but all 5 tenants get down to the level of the school, because we know that's how it's going to impact student outcomes. So I'm proud to stand here shoulder to shoulder with my cabinet members to present one of those tenets, programmatic access. And it's all about access and opportunity, because, and you've heard on several occasions, and for too many years, we have had decades and years of our students of color have been systematically denied access to programs designed to accelerate students' careers, gifted and talented, our career pathways, AP courses, IB programs. So there's historic evidence of this denial for our students of color. But programmatic access tenet is designed to break down that challenge for our students of color. And you can see our goal is to increase the number of students that we have identified and gifted and talented. You can see the baseline and the goals that we set for 2024. Break down and increase our students of colors applying and enrolling in magnet programs for elementary, middle, and high school. And then one of our more ambitious goals is to increase the number of students of color in our higher level courses, AP, Cambridge, dual credit. And we are able to set an ambitious goal due to a small group of leaders who had a vision of what we can do, especially when around AP and dual credit. Heather Worrell and Artie Deeds and Dr. Ellison, Dr. Carmen Coleman, and their team had an ambitious goal how we can make sure that these courses are accessible to all students, no matter what school they're in. So we set an ambitious goal with the help of the vision of some of our school leaders. And I'm not going to read all these to you. You can see the last one, the percentage of school seniors who have at minimum 5 college applications paid for by the district. We do not have a goal set for that. We will, once we get a baseline established, we will have a goal for that. But some of the things we're going to continue to do, and that we did did some of these things throughout the pandemic, we're going to continue to address the racial disproportionality in gifted and talented. Our lit and programs were largely successful. I got to hop in this summer for 2 or 3 of those programs as they continue to go on during the spring and the fall. And continue to create programs that are culturally responsive and expose students to opportunities and new learnings often not afforded to them. Continue to leverage the support of our stakeholders and our student service centers that you'll hear about later this month in our next board meeting. I think I'm real excited about the work with Dr. Everett and the things the plan she was going to present to you guys and our progress on that up to this point. And last but certainly not least, continue to level set by asking divisions and staff, how does this improve outcomes for marginalized students, particularly Black and brown students? Thank you for your time.
Related to staffing and classroom diversity, as Dr. Marshall mentioned, we do have progress to celebrate. Specifically, we exceeded our goal for contracts with minority and women business enterprise. We monitor our data on teachers of color, and we've decided we need to really focus in on our new teachers. Another point to celebrate is that we did have historic high numbers of teachers, Black male teachers, and over the last couple of years, and that's a point of celebration, but it's hard to see that point when we look at the larger picture. So we're going to start looking at each incoming class of new teachers and making sure that we honor the work that's happening in the schools that are making those hiring decisions. We're going to continue to expand our Louisville Teacher Residency Program. Our first class graduated and all are teaching this fall. The new cohort started this summer and we're advertising for the third cohort now. We will continue to increase the percentage of administrators of color. As noted, many of us are present today. We have a great team working on the equity screener, which will help identify talented leaders that have demonstrated effectiveness in reducing inequities in schools. Dr. Marshall mentioned that earlier. Retention remains an important factor in our staffing metrics. We want to hold on to all of the teachers that we have. We've had record retention for the last few years and we've exceeded our goals. And as Dr. Dossett mentioned, we are going to revisit those metrics and remain mindful of the impact of the pandemic and make adjustments as we come out of the pandemic. We're working across departments to support retention of our teachers. Our teaching and learning department leads in our mentoring for new teachers, and our DEP department is leading in employee resource groups for staff so that staff do have the voice. They are supported, some of the things that you mentioned earlier. Now, Dr. Coleman will continue.
I went way too far, didn't I? So I think to talk about culture and climate, we have to refer back to teaching and learning. And we know that our best strategy to improve the culture and climate in our schools for our students of color is engaging learning experiences. We know that if kids are engaged in work that matters to them, that is meaningful to them, that they care about, they are much less likely to do something else, something they shouldn't. So we of course want to decrease our students of color as far as suspensions, restraints. It goes without saying that our disproportionality is something that we are tackling head on. We have lots of support in place for that. We, of course, want to decrease our students of color who are not at school, who are chronically absent. We also want to see an increase in the percentage of our middle school students of color reporting their sense of belonging. And finally, we want to see an increase in the level of trust from our families of color and their feeling toward their child's school experience. In addition, we'll continue to increase participation in the Louisville Teacher Residency Program. We'll continue to leverage pipeline opportunities in the trades program. We are intentionally recruiting and hiring qualified leaders of color. And then, of course, we are continuing to offer lots and lots of professional learning opportunities focused on racial equity.
All right, and you heard some students and community talk about our Black student unions, something that the board approved to have that in all middle schools and high schools. Don't need to talk about it much. I think you heard what was going on at Seneca High School. And there's a culminating activity, COVID considerate, where these groups will come together and present out. Dr. Coleman would call that a backpack experience. They're going to present out on what they have done, what they think, and what they've seen in their school communities to make a difference and how they have made an impact on said difference. And we want to thank our school sponsors. Again, a lot of this doesn't happen if we don't have an equitable finance officer who said it is important that we make sure that people are in place to coach, teach, and do this work. So Ms. Cordelia Harden has been very helpful in moving this work forward and making sure that she is spending equitably to move racial equity forward as well. Sorry. Some people came and talked about our work around refugee, immigrant, and migrant students. Over 50+ hours of professional learning has been offered moving forward. We have a partnership with Americana. There was lit and programs at Americana this summer, and we'll continue to be a part of that. A partnership with the Adelante Hispanic Achievers, and there is a new advisory committee for Latinx community led by Giselle Danger in my department, who actually is the director of refugee, immigrant, and migrant students. And we're getting more voices and hearing other things that we need to do and celebrations and concerns with that work. Parent-teacher conferences, I do not want to skip that. We're not just having parent-teacher conferences at school. We are going inside of the community. We heard Ben Johnson talk, using community centers, using churches to get to our parents, and let's make sure they understand what is going on with their student.
All right, thank you, Dr. Marshall. I get to do the fun part and introduce our boots on the ground leaders. And a couple of principals we have is going to share some information with you, because we know everything rises and falls around leadership. You guys have high expectations for us as central office, as superintendent, as cabinet members. But we know, as stated before, to get student results, it starts with building leadership. We discussed the racial equity screener, which is now part of our principal slating process, and is designed to assess internal and external candidates' prowess towards racial equity. School leaders, including sitting principals, are held accountable for the utilization of the 4 aforementioned anchor documents. And we have 2 principals here with us tonight who do this well and are here to discuss how their racial equity work improves student culture and student academic outcomes.
Good evening to the board and Dr. Polio. I'm the proud principal of Johnson Traditional Middle School. We are emphasizing and very passionate about the racial equity plan. One of the things that our equity committee started with was professional development for teachers. We wanted to make sure that they had tools in their toolbox to make sure that they were able to meet the needs of all students. That began with implicit bias training. That was an opportunity for teachers to be aware of their bias and be able to tackle those so that they can meet the needs of the students. And then we thought about our curriculum and instruction. Our backpack artifact is centered around our namesake, Lyman T. Johnson, who is a civil rights activist. And so students have an opportunity to focus on project-based learning through that, as well as reading excerpts about his life from the Black Odyssey. And that is also an opportunity for teachers to bank lessons in Google Drive. We have several teachers that work with the equity committee who collect these lessons. So that's an opportunity for teachers to teach other teachers culturally responsive teaching practices. As well as our school culture has really been impacted by racial equity. We have several clubs such as BSU, GSTA, Justice Now, where students are having a high sense of belonging. Our students were able to create a Black History program called Elevate and Explore, where they were able to, during even NTI, create an atmosphere where students can learn about Black history in a unique way. We also have increased the number of students of color in GT courses. We had contests such as creating a school t-shirt design, also rewriting our school song, where we got to see creativity from our students. Also, it has impacted our hiring practices. We've met with the diversity hiring specialists and been able to evaluate the questions that we ask to make sure that we are hiring people that value and prioritize racial equity. It has been a tremendous help to us as well with our book studies, so that teachers are learning new practices together and that we are examining racial equity also. And so one of the other things that I'd like to mention is that we have our students involved in our empty document, as well as looking at our racial equity goals to get their feedback. Our parents are involved during our SBDM process, reaping all of our policies. We've seen dramatic changes to our dress code policies, also our homework policies and our access to extracurriculars. At Johnson, our motto is we believe that everybody is somebody, and I think that our racial equity plan has proven that and really moved the work forward. Thank you.
Well, that's hard to follow, right?
First thing I'm going to say, Madam Chair, Porter, and board members, I want to recognize I'm proud to serve next to someone who helps me with all this leadership work. And I want to recognize him for being here tonight. Mr. Littles, if you'll stand up for a second, assistant principal. So thank you for all your work. I do appreciate that. You know, and this work that we do it with a vision of school culture of being inclusive, equitable, and anti-racist. And very poignant word at the end, anti-racist. We want to make sure that people know what we're about and what we're doing. And it's, many of you here know that when you're doing the hard work, it's sometimes uncomfortable. It's disruptive. It's challenging. And we have faced many of those challenges. I am excited to say that we have Valley's first ever Black student union. And it makes me very proud to say that. But also know along with that, there were phone calls and conversations that I had that, you know, that were well worth following through on. So I think about the tools that the DEP has given us and how we're utilizing them. Very proud of the staff. The use in our professional learning communities, the use of the R tool, affirming racial equity, has blossomed. I've seen it we had 98% of our teachers did a professional growth goal around racial equity. What were they going to do in their classroom to improve it? I think about the lessons that I've seen. I think about the parent calls that I've had about what are they teaching in this classroom? Well, we're teaching current global issues, American issues, things that we are facing every day that are very difficult discussions for adults, more or less students. But we also know that these young adults that you saw up here at Seneca are many of our students across this whole district. And I was very proud to hear them speak. And I also thought of many of our own students at Valley. I think that with this, I've seen just a growth in terms of the resources that we have within our library, the software, the technology that are impacting our Black and brown students in such a positive way. Our efforts to grow this, not only within our pathways, our programs, to really mirror what our student enrollment has been so critical. One piece in the empty tool is really that last piece where you reflect. And we are constantly reflecting on what we're doing, how we're doing. Is it good enough? Are we moving students? And is the data supporting what we need to do? And sometimes we think about, and I think about just the sidebar after the training conversations where an adult comes to me and says, thank you. I didn't realize implicit bias. I didn't realize that was a microaggression. And then I have some of these aha moments where I'm like, oh, wow. And I'm reflecting on my own self. So it's powerful to see a staff grow over a period of year, over difficult discussions. So that makes me very proud. And to know that we're challenging that difficult work is only going to grow our future and our students. I think about opportunity and access, and Dr. Moore spoke very closely about that. We have increased our number of Black and brown students in our AP courses. Our Black and brown students that are taking dual credit has grown. All right, and really taking a good hard look at where they're at in our pathways and how are they moving forward. I'm excited with our new 3DE program by Junior Achievement because there was no magnet effort. There was no pocket of students that we were interested in. We were interested in all of our students being part of that growth, and our whole school is moving in that direction. So I think about all of the SMART goals that we've established specific for students of color, and how do we follow up and how do we continue to grow? I think about our courses have exploded in terms of sections with developing historical Black consequences courses or African-American literature. And I think I mentioned to Dr. Marshall at one point in time, I'm looking to be the first Pan-African Studies pathway in the district. So there is so much that makes me proud of what I've seen at Valley. And we're going to continue to grow. We're going to continue to look at that reflection on equity on everything that we do and everything that we reap. and everything that we use in our EMPT tool. In the end, the vision is what drives it. And that is inclusion, equity, and being anti-racist. So thanks for allowing me to speak today.
Advisory Committee for Racial Equity. I don't know if they are here, but those that are members, if you could please stand, and I will talk briefly about this group and just recognize them. This group is actually baked into the racial equity policy. This group advises, asks, interrogates, and supports the work we're doing. And I want to be very clear, when Ben Johnson and Terrence Sullivan or Tyra Walker speak and ask questions, it is very pointed and it is very directed towards racial equity. They meet with Dr. Polio 2 or 3 times or once or twice a semester to talk about what it is they see and what it is they want to do and what concerns or questions they might have moving the work forward. Again, and I know Board Member Kolb actually sat on the Racial Equity Committee. This was important to bake this in to give community voice, to actually have supporters, but actually have that very critical, conscious friend that would stay faithful to racial equity and make sure we don't have mission creep. So this is the group that is baked into the committee, baked into the policy, and is doing some outstanding work at raising accountability, not just with JCPS in the schoolhouse, but all these people on here also have opened up their network and their support to move this work forward. Oh, and we'll hand it over to Dr. Dawson and Mr. Bunton.
Thank you. And so I'll wrap up by talking about a tool that our team in the research department as well as DEP have collaborated on to help drive this work and dig a little bit deeper. And so we've created a REAP dashboard that lets us analyze the REAPs that have been conducted, take a deeper dive so that we can see which students are being impacted by policies and procedures that are being considered for revisions. Should the policies and practices move forward? And really every single facet of the REAP tool is able to be displayed on this dashboard. We're looking at it at the central office level as well as the school level. And Mr. Bunton will talk a little bit about what that looks like at the school level.
Thank you, Dr. Dawson. As Dr. Dawson mentioned, we are taking a look at the REAP at the school level. Currently, schools are completing REAPs and we are housing those in a Google Drive. We're going to move from that position this year, and actually Dr. Vanessa McPhail and Dr. Chang out of Dr. Dawson's office are currently working on a dashboard at the school level to be able to house those REAPs and have a dashboard similar to what we have with central office right now. Last year, our elementary zone 2 leaders piloted that dashboard and that process. So I have to give them a shout out, Dr. Hartstern and also Mr. Terry, the leaders for Zone 2 and also those principals for going through that process. And so we're looking to expand that to all schools this coming year.
And if I could, I would just like to finish up. Thanks to all of our presenters. The bottom line is, I think you see this as comprehensive work, which in the end, our goal is to change outcomes for kids. That's where the measurement has to come. It has to come with outcomes for our students. But I think this is the deep-rooted work we have to do in order to change those outcomes and eliminate the achievement gap. Thank you.
And now, excuse me, now we will open it up for questions.
We will come down the row again for questions from any board members, and we'll start with Board Member Marshall and come this way and end with Dr. Chris, if that's okay, if questions that you may have.
All right, thank you, Chair Porter, and thank you, Dr. Marshall, and all DEP, rest of our cabinet members for this amazing work. It is indeed a huge endeavor. As we heard someone say tonight, we're looking at a change in system. And when you have an education system that's so deeply rooted in oppression as the one that we find in this country, it's a huge work that we're undertaking. And so I appreciate the effort on that part. Also, big shout out to Mr. Kelly, Mr. Towns from the Valley High School in District 4. Thank you all so very much. You if anybody understands, one particular thing about my district, there's a lot of pride in Valley High School, but I believe there's a lot of work that Valley High School can be that shining light and example of bringing our community together. So I just want to thank those administrators from that final high school in District 4. That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Duncan?
Well, I also want to thank the specific examples that have been given tonight. Thank you, Dr. Marshall, and all of our presenters for the specifics that you've given in the areas that this work is being done. One of the questions I have is about goals. And our goals last year were at a certain level. Well, did we feel like we met those goals last year? Do we feel like we're on track to meet those goals? And will that allow us to set higher goals? Because if you don't meet the goals, then you have to kind of stay with the goals. But do you feel like that we're at a point where we've met these goals that we had in various areas and that we're ready to go to higher goals?
But as you can see, these goals are, most of these goals are set out 2 to 3 years out. So we made some incremental steps towards some of our goals. But as you can see from our presenters speakers that you heard tonight and some of our presenters, this is hard work. And our principals, our teachers, and again, some of our kids that were here tonight are putting in this work. So we are starting to see and make some progress towards these goals, but we still have a ways to go. But we are on the right track. And the first thing, the first step is to change the culture within our building. And I think that's what we're doing as a district.
Now, the goals actually probably should be projected for more than 1 year, just instead of annual goals. It looks like we should be having them projected out farther than that, maybe 3-year goals or so. And then we can get a chance to see if things are if they're meeting those or not. And speaking about goals on hiring, do we want proportionate administrators hired, or, is that the goal that we're aiming for, or are we just trying to increase the number of administrators that we have in our district? However, do we have a goal that we're looking at?
Yeah, the research says that not only is that good for Black and Brown students, but to have an equitable representation of staff is good for Black and white students. So, we would like for it to be proportional with our current student population.
Well, are we pretty close to that goal right now? We've done a lot of really good hiring, and are we pretty close to that, or do we need to continue to push on that?
We're making progress, but I'll let my colleague, Dr. Greenwebb, give you some specifics.
All righty, thank you.
Some of the information you've received before, you've seen some record growth in those areas. And so we are continuing to push forward to actually reach that proportionality. And so we've set new goals, and the ones that you see tonight are set out to 2024. So we're looking at incremental progress every year towards that 2024 goal.
So in the hiring part, we don't have a specific goal that we're trying to reach on our administrative staff. We're just trying to increase that percent as much as we can. Is that correct?
We do have a specific goal for administrators of color. So if you look back towards your staffing and diversity slide, we have a baseline of 46.2% with a goal of 49%. And so again, we also, when we're thinking of staffing at this time with the pandemic, we're also being mindful of shifts and changes that have happened. So we have that goal, and we're going to continue to press toward it, but it is a stated goal.
Are we including our Hispanic recruiting? Are we trying to recruit Hispanic personnel so that we can fill in that minority percent? Because it's not all it's not all African-American, that 49%. It's not all that. Are we trying to also reach out to some of these other minority groups?
Yes, we are doing deliberate recruitment for all leaders of color. And so part of that work is in some of our leadership development programs, but also right alongside with the recruitment we do for all of our positions and trying to diversify our entire workforce. So yes, there is a deliberate and intentional effort and working with our diversity hiring specialists and partners throughout the district to reach that goal.
All righty, very good.
If you look at our goals, it does state teachers of color, which is inclusive of our Black teachers and our Latinx teachers.
Yes. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you. Board Member Craig.
I want to remind Mr. Marshall that District 4 stole Mr. Kelly from District 3, and we haven't forgotten about it. But glad to see that you're doing wonderful work at Valley. I'm a little frustrated right now. We had wonderful speakers before the meeting. We had a few negative ones that keep coming back and saying the same things over and over again. Some misinformed, unhelpful comments from particular community members that are frustrating some of us up here. And it bothers me that they're not here to see the good work that you're actually doing, Dr. Polio, Dr. Marshall. I appreciate all the hard work that you guys are doing. And I appreciate how hard it is, especially this year in the face of this public negativity, to continue the district's dedication to it. And I appreciate all of your perseverance through the mud in the ground that keeps coming towards us. So thank you very much for your work. I had some questions about the goals that were set forth on some of these slides, which some of them seem incremental and achievable and right, and some of them kind of jump off the page. And I just want to make sure that we're setting ourselves up for success moving forward. Some of the numbers in curriculum and instruction and in programmatic access and things like that, could you give us a little bit more information about how we arrived at the percentages that we're going to be shooting at for 2024 in some of these slides? I mean, are these negotiated conversations amongst members of the committee, input, things that we thought were achievable, things like that?
Yeah, and I'm as chief of schools, I'm responsible for some of the specific goals. And so, and all our cabinet members, we took a look at where the baseline was, and we started looking from the baseline and scaled it out to 2024. And so, although you can't see it on here, we have a worksheet where we started looking at those incremental steps, and we looked at some of our previous history of some growth that we had made. And so that's how we were able to come to some of the goals that we have on there. So we did work with our research department to look at and set some attainable goals. And that one that I pulled out, we really was ambitious on that, just because of the massive increase of accessibility that we made presentable to our students, and we're going to really push to make sure that we have a lot of students of color take advantage of those opportunities.
Do you think when we receive this report next, I guess it'll be in 6 months or so, we'll have these numbers and we'll be able to compare where we're going to where we were tonight?
Yes.
One that jumps off the page, and I wanted to highlight it, number 4 on curriculum and instruction, accelerating the percentage of students of color who are proficient or distinguished on K-Prep in reading and math from 31.2% to 70%. That absolutely should be the goal of the district. Why not 100%, right? Do we have the tools, and are we the funding, the commitment, the ability to accomplish that specific goal for curriculum and instruction? Because it's one that jumps off of the page at me.
So I'm gonna have Dr. Coleman come up and talk about that specific goal. I also, and we know this, the central office commitment, when you talked about that first question, as we came up with the goals, we met with each chief to make sure they own their goal that they're accountable for, as we kind of collected and coalesced around how we will get to these metrics, which is very, I think, something that we should commend ourselves on, in the sense that that puts leadership at the highest level with accountability and not just leaving it at the principals. But I will have Dr. Coleman come speak to that particular goal.
Yeah, that's a great question because I'm forever the optimist who wants to say, why don't we just have 100%? I mean, that's our
Right.
goal, right? Why would we? But my friends that are statistically savvy, Dr. Dossett back here, is great help with setting those goals, and she might want to speak to that. What I will say is that are we resourced to do that? I believe that we are. I believe that we have made tremendous progress. Just alone, the access to the dual credit courses, for example. I mean, that kind of work and opening those kinds of doors will be game changing. So I believe that we are. I mean, I think we can always use more but I think if doing the things that we've talked about tonight that we're committed to doing, we will be able to reach that goal.
I appreciate that. And one of the reasons why I asked about the process of the committee coming up with these goals, absolutely, I don't think that 35 or 40 or 45% is acceptable. But if we're telling the community, we think we absolutely can hit 70 and double the number in 3 years. Do we have the resources and the plans in place to actually do it? And I appreciate that we'll say yes, but what's the follow-up there?
I believe we do. We have plans in place for extending learning time. The work that our future state teams is doing is targeting those kinds of metrics. In fact, we are in the process of tying the action specifically to the goals that we are talking about. So I believe that we do. Now, we are continually learning, and as we learn, I mean, we'll continue to do better and better and always work, to make sure that we're doing everything we can. But I think we are very well positioned right now.
I'm sorry. And when you look at our resources, we were very intentional about resourcing our high poverty schools,
right,
which we all know that's where a lot of our Black and brown students attend those high poverty schools. So we was very intentional during ESSER funding, and we're using a similar process to do that during the future state work of our resource and high poverty team, which I lead and I work with and working with Chief Harden. We are going to have a similar process on how we're going to resource those high. So we just don't want this to be a one-time ESSER funding resource and high poverty school. We want that to be the way of the future. So that's one of the ways we're going to make sure that those schools are resourced to meet this goal.
We also, as part of our future state protocol, at every meeting, we start the meeting and end the meeting with a series of questions about racial equity and about how our plans will impact our students of color. We also have a rubric of sorts that, we talk about, we can't just keep doing things the same way. We have to approach this differently. And so we are very intentional about holding ourselves to a measuring stick and making sure that our focus remains there with our students of color.
Thank you. You talk about resourcing, Chief Moore. Our schools are still waiting on this funding from the Kentucky Supreme Court to let us know if we're anxiously awaiting all the tools that we need to achieve these outcomes. Thank you very much. That's all I got.
Board Member McIntosh.
I do have a few questions, but they're all kind of down in the weeds. So I'll send those to Dr. Polio and his staff to take care of for us maybe in the coming week or so. I think rightfully so. In a lot of our conversations, we've talked about Central High School, Shawnee, Newburgh area, a lot of places that are very important historically to our Black community here in Louisville. And I want to make sure that in that conversation, we don't overlook one of the areas in my district of Berrytown and nearby Griffeytown. I think that those are some neighborhoods sometimes that get lost because if you just pull up, let's say, a zip code map and look at income demographics and things like that, you have these little pockets and neighborhoods of pretty high poverty, but they're surrounded by affluence. And I want to make sure that neighborhoods like that aren't getting overlooked, whether it's in how we're resourcing our schools or when we're looking at locations for community resources and things like that. So definitely want to give some attention to those places as well.
And I
That's all.
appreciate you advocating for your district, and that's one of those other things where we had to think about sense of belonging, even for those kids that you were talking about. So I appreciate that.
Dr. Shule.
Thank you all for your work. Thank you, Chair Porter. Thank you all for your work and for this presentation. Thank you for leading our schools and professionals to implement racial equity throughout our school buildings and through all of our programs. I feel like I've seen it on full display today in a variety of different ways in a variety of schools that I've been able to visit. And so I'm really, really, really proud of this work. And I want to congratulate you again for coming this far. It's a long way since 2018, but it's great work. And so thank you. I want to lean into Board Member Craig's question about getting to the 70% of proficiency in reading and mathematics. I'm interested in hearing pointedly how we are going to make that happen. And if you can give it to me in 2 or 3 or 4 steps, it would be helpful.
So I'll start and then I'll hand it over to any colleague. As we talk about improving literacy and numeracy, we have to understand that improvement needs to come with change. And our trainings and our professional development or professional learning, as Dr. Coleman talks about different ways to make the curriculum and the pedagogy different, to be more inclusive. So when you think of Lit An, which has been housed in all of you all zones, you're combining literacy with an activity that children are interested in. Not only are you combining literacy, but you're actually taking a literary book that actually reflects the culture and images of the student inside of that. So when you put all of that together, the research is very sound on that. When you put engagement next to sound teaching and you push away hegemonic teaching around that's very Europeanized and you make it very culturally responsive, you start seeing those kind of changes. Same with numeracy. There's arguments over, can numeracy be culturally responsive? It absolutely can if you let students bring in their funds of knowledge that they know about math to be a part of it. So I don't do a good enough job in saying that we have numeracy and camps as well. But what we're allowing them to do is bring in their funds of knowledge and train teachers up on how to take math and they're difficult to me, and make them more sound and make them more relative to them. And then in turn, you will see numeracy projects in our backpack defenses. But what we must do is make sure it is culturally responsive and not this, what is it, A squared plus B squared or C squared stuff, but then we tie it into that kind of work and we make it cross-curricular. So you're learning math in math class, but then you're learning about Katherine Johnson in science class, who was pivotal in understanding trajectory and astrophysics or whatever it is. So it has to be this very sound, triangulated way in which we teach. And those are the pointed ways in which Dr. Polio talks about making sure they reach mastery versus a standardized test. When students sit in front of Dr. Polio, when he went to Shawnee to talk about swimming, they didn't just talk about swimming. They talked about the Olympian that they read about, but they also talked about the physics of swimming. They also talked about the pH and how to make a pool clean and all that stuff. So that's how you get to math, numeracy, improving. I'm sorry I got on a soapbox there, but that's what we believe is necessary, as opposed to this, do the odd questions in the back of the book and answer the math that we all have.
So let me make sure that I'm hearing you clearly say how we're going to get 270, which is a very important, I think, goal. I'm hearing step 1 is teacher preparation. Step 2 is making math and reading cross curriculum. And step 3 is student-centeredness with literacy and numeracy. Am I correct?
That's it.
And please correct me if I'm not, because
No, that's
I've
it.
got to tell other people this.
And then being able to prove understanding past the regular way we've done it. And I think Dr. Polio was going to say.
Okay.
If I could add to that. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you can.
I was just going to add to that this is all of our initiatives working together also when we talk about outcomes. And so our future state, which has a racial equity component to each team, involves extending learning time for our students, particularly looking at our students of color and our students of poverty. So, when we say we want the student academic centers, and so that is around definitely focusing on math and reading. It's extending that learning time. When we talk about resourcing our high poverty schools, that is clearly around the need to really focus on literacy and numeracy. When we talk about facilities and leadership development and ensuring that our leadership and our teaching staff reflects our student population. These are all, and when we talk about technology, ensuring that every child has what they need to be successful. Every one of those are a part of this racial equity work as well, to ensure that every single, and I can't leave out student assignment, that's a work team as well, but to ensure that we are changing those outcomes for students.
Okay. Thank you. Are we collecting data from our students in lit and camps and kind of following them through, I guess, as a sort of metric or some type of measurement to see that these programs are indeed working?
Yes, and Dr. Polio and Dr. Dawson were both very adamant around making sure we show growth, learning, and need in our backpack league summer learning adventures to make sure we see what students have learned, haven't learned, and need to know.
Okay, thank you. I'm a bit confused on the central office commitment, number 2, with the increase in number of district and school policies, procedures, and practices that have been reviewed using REAP. Baseline 209, goal is 400. Why are we not running everything through REAP, or am I reading this wrong?
I want to make sure I heard you. It was a little more, why are there 201 versus?
Why is the baseline 209 and the 2024 goal 400? Why is every district, school policy, procedure, and practice not being reviewed by REAP?
I will start this and I hope I give it justice. That's where we're headed. But there are some very, I'll say there are some policies and practices that we know we need to REAP, but we're also putting principals and teachers and division heads in place to manage and look at their own policies and practices to see what needs to be filled. In some of our policies, light fixtures, and I actually think there is one around what kind of lights we put in.
So this is retroactive, basically.
I couldn't hear you. I'm so sorry.
Is this retroactive?
Not so much. It's just there's certain policies that I don't think have to be reaped, and there's some that necessarily do need to be reaped.
Okay. And how are we distinguishing the two?
I think, well, we leave that up to the district or the divisions to make sure, like there are some, like I said, flooring or how we're going to do A, B, C, and D that we don't feel as if need to be reaped as a whole.
I think it's important to point out that we had a very big instance this year where we forgot to reap, and it caused a lot of trouble.
Yes.
So maybe we want to give that a little bit more attention about what we are sending through the REAP and what we're not, because I think when that's left up to arbitrary means, we suffer the consequences later. One last question about the goal for the minority, veteran, I'm forgetting the other letters. MVB. And I can't find the paper. Found it. Hang with me just a moment. Want to make sure that I'm on record as saying this and can't find it. No, not that one. Let me see. That's the right one though. The MWBE, that's what I was missing. I was missing the W. Why is the goal stagnant? It's on one of these pages, and I can't find which one. It's at 15%. The baseline is 15%. The goal is 15%. Shouldn't we set a higher goal than what the baseline is? And I know we're already not quite meeting it in some instances. But why didn't we set a higher goal there?
Well, two things, and the MWB work is done by Mr. Delquan Dorsey. There's a couple of reasons in maintaining that goal. First and foremost, this is a new program in which we're trying to put in place. As where we could probably increase that, we understand that there are some things that we need to make sure are in place to get those goals. That being said, so as we talk about a building that did not make a goal, that impacts the work moving forward. But a 15% staying still, besides the fact that is one of a very difficult goal to move forward, we also have to make sure when we go back and put something through the REAP or look at our policies, that we have it in place that we can actually move that work forward. So right now, there are certain things that aren't in place inside of the policy or certain practices that we need to look at using a REAP or other things that can move that goal forward.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your work. Thank you all.
Thank you. This is an impressive breadth of work. There's a whole lot of good stuff going on. I have one main question and then one kind of side question related to it. It's fantastic that we've set specific goals and metrics. Are we working on a way, or are we already to track how kind of specific initiatives are impacting each goal? So in other words, are we able to identify that not only here are we moving the needle in the right direction, but we're moving the needle in the right direction because of this, and not this. And related to that, do schools have, are they putting together those sorts of processes so that they can kind of continually improve, and refine the methods that they are using to achieve better results?
Binary answer, yes, and then I'll let Chief Moore, and Dr. Polio's big on this particular system, effective use of data. That is what we're using to make sure Marshall Program of Excellence, whatever, is doing the work. And if it's not, there are critical conversations that we must have. But we use that particular cog in the system, if you will, around effective use of data to have these conversations, a lot driven by working with team and Chief Harden to make sure we're resourcing what works and we're discontinuing resourcing what isn't. But that effective use of data cog in that system is really what we're very faithful, all the systems we're very faithful to in making decisions and moving forward, like we did with the ESSER money. Let's make sure we're using this data and research correctly to resource it adequately and equitably.
In one of our anchor documents, the empty document that Dr. Marshall talked about earlier is housed at the school level, so school by school. That's where you'll see some of that data that he speaks on. That's where you'll see some of those actionable steps that schools make in order to reach those goals and those measurements set at the school level.
Great. I think it'd be really interesting, as we develop this work further and further as part of these reports to see things like, here we found that program X is having, this impact, so therefore we're scaling it. We found that this program, we weren't quite getting the results that we needed, or, maybe this program's working in school A, but not in school B. Why is that? Like those sorts of things would be really interesting, I think, to see as we get more refined in the way that we do this. The side kind of question I have, it might be more for you, Dr. Polio, but one of the things that I think it was one of you two gentlemen said was, or maybe it was Dr. Coleman, many ways to demonstrate their learning, a phrase I love to hear. And obviously we heard the same phrase when we were talking about standards-based grading and kind of the move toward that. one of the questions, and I think I'm answering it right for my constituents, but I want to make sure. One of the questions that I've gotten 4 or 5 times is when we upped that percentage on mastery. Is that right? Am I in the student progression like some people are freaking out and thinking that that means, oh my God, more of my grade is just dependent on tests. And I try to explain, well, no, you know, you have multiple chances to meet the standard, you know, there's multiple ways to demonstrate it. How, like, is that the right answer that I'm giving to people? And second, you know, I assume it's kind of a work, you know, it's a work in progress to implement different ways of demonstrating learning, you know, in all these schools. Where are we with that? You know, how, what role does that have in this whole process, I guess?
Yeah, you are absolutely correct. And so first of all, when you take in isolation a change towards a mastery or standards-based in a traditional setting, of course, it's going to make people nervous.
Yeah.
But instead, it is saying that it's not necessarily a test, and it can be a test where a student demonstrates their mastery or proficiency, but they also get multiple times to do that. And so a school has a much more supportive way of saying, okay, student, you know, you didn't get it this time, and without penalty, let's work with you until you do meet those standards. So it actually is much more supportive of student success and racial equity than more of a punitive model. But as we've had a lot of discussions on cabinet recently, when we talk about this, the students in a traditional grading model that are impacted the most are those students whose, when we measure their home, may be more challenging them for them to complete homework assignments, have the tools they need at home. But really, it's about ensuring that kids have the academic standards they need to be successful. But it also requires a change in mindset. So there's a big discussion. Do you change the practice first and then the mindset, or the mindset and the practice? In this way, we are trying to do some of both and take steps forward with it. But I can assure you that, you know, this is where the district is heading as we continue to train and teach this. But we've got a lot of mindset work to do as well. It's not about just changing the policy.
Yeah, and just to conclude, this probably won't be a surprise to you. I'm a big change the practice.
I understand. Yeah,
I don't necessarily care so much if people believe in it or not. Just do it. Anyway, thanks.
I just want to thank everyone for your hard work. In the interest of time, I could go on and on about what I have seen happen. I'm really impressed tonight to hear that we are taking people in to see what is happening in our schools so they have a better understanding. So I hope as we move forward, we're able to post some videos so people will truly see the work that is being done. As it pertains to Dave Christopher, I was one of his first to see Literacy Ann at his first office on Greenwood Avenue just before Christmas one year, and the students were so involved with reading a book that was about this thick. I said, well, what do you think? And they said, we love it. I said, would you come during Christmas and read another book? And they said, absolutely. So that's my message about what we can do when we meet students and encourage and take them forward. So I'm not going to ask a question. I'm not going to keep going. I just want to say thank you. You have done great work, and we are going to continue to look as the work continues for the good of our students. So I'm very grateful for the work that you've done. The Literacy Ann, and if you've not seen the video from this summer with Literacy Ann at Shawnee with the students reading the book about an Olympic state swimmer, and also those that did not know how to swim, but when they left that program, they had learned how to swim because of the help of the YMCA at the Academy at Shawnee. So I just want to say thank you and not talk a lot. So at that point, I'm going to close my mouth. Thank you. Dr. Polio, if you want to bring some closure before I ask for the vote, please.
I just want to say thanks to all of our presenters. I know this was a little bit more of a comprehensive presentation than we usually give, but I think it was important in the context of everything that's going on that we have a deep understanding of all the things we're trying to tackle. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, is there a motion to receive the report regarding the implementation of the racial equity policy and revisions to the racial equity plan? Is there a motion, please? Dr. Schul, seconded by Board Member McIntosh. All those in favor, would you please raise your hand? It's unanimous. Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is another topic, but in the interest and in the goodwill of not wanting people to be mad at me because they have to show up for JCPS in the morning, we have a family with us tonight. So with your permission, I would like to move to the consent calendar, and then we will come back to the update regarding the start of the new year, if you don't mind. So on the consent calendar, the only item that is being pulled down that I have been told about is item U, which is the recommendation to name Central High School football stadium and the attended athletic spaces for former head coach and teacher Ty Scroggins. We're going to take that, Dr. Shaw. I'm sorry. Yes, you can pull one down. I'm sorry. Which one? Okay. Hold on. See. Let's see it. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so at this time, we pull down two items. C1, which has to do with the org charts, approval of org charts and our job descriptions for academic services. So at this time, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar minus the two items that I have just mentioned? Is there a motion? Motion by Board Member Marshall, seconded by Board Member Craig. All those in favor, would you please raise your hand? Okay, it's unanimous. So the next item, I'll do the one about the field first and the stadium, and then we can go into yours. So the next item is the recommendation to name Central High School football stadium and athletic spaces adjacent to the facility after former head football coach and teacher Ty Scroggins. So before I ask for your motion, I would like for the family to please stand up so we can give them a round of applause. Is there a motion for us to approve that item? Is there a motion to Board Member Marshall, seconded by Board Member McIntosh? All those in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you so much. Thank you. I do want to say that this is the beginning process. There will be a celebration that Central will provide at the football field. I don't have any details at this point, but it will be awesome. So thank you so much. And you will not hurt our feelings for those that have to be at school at 7 o'clock in the morning or 7:30. So thank you. And thank you so much for being here this evening. Thank you. So Dr. Schul, if we will go back to the one that you would like to have some discussion about, which is C1, the recommendation for approval of organizational charts and our job descriptions in academic services.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Just a brief question on the three new job proposals. One is the Director of Academic Project Management. Does this position exist in another department?
I'm not sure. I'm going to have to let them answer. Sorry about that.
Can you repeat the question? We
Yes,
had a
ma'am.
hard time hearing over there in that corner.
Does this position exist?
That position does exist.
Okay.
The position being proposed here is, it's not, it's less days, so it differs that way.
Okay.
And this one is specifically to support our student learning centers.
Okay.
But we have also someone in that role in academics.
If it's the same position with less days, why is it the same grade as it relates to salary?
Sure. That also relates to the level of responsibility for that particular position. So when we're talking about the student learning centers and that person being responsible for all sites and the leadership in those sites, and then supporting student services, family services. So they're going to have a level of leadership over several sites.
Okay. And I guess the position that's in the other department, it does not?
It has different responsibilities, so that are at a different level that spans throughout the school year.
Right. So I'm noticing that position does not have two or even one direct reports or assistants, and that I think that position once had a clerk that had been removed. So are we being equitable in the way that we're presenting these two positions and the proposal that we're making?
So you're asking about the existing position, you're saying that does not have.
I'm asking, are we being equitable between the position that's being proposed with the position that is already existing, or are we creating sort of inequities within different departments that have the same position description? They're the same grade, but they're treated differently in varying ways.
So we think back to the organizational review process that I work with Chief Harden with as well. So I see her nodding down there. We do go through and look across the district. So there was a direct comparison of the position and looking at the exact work that's being proposed for the student learning centers, comparing that to the work that's being done in the person in the position now. And so we certainly would not purposely set out to have inequities. You're going to see some more with the student learning centers. So what you see now is not the full student learning center plan. So you'll have an opportunity to have more details, I think, later this month.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I didn't have a question, but before you leave, you're saying that tonight we're seeing one position, but there will be more opportunities, more positions that will be developed that the board will have to approve before we move forward with posting positions for the Learning Center. Is that what you're saying? That this is one position, but there are other positions that have not been developed yet for the hiring folks in the Learning Center? Or did I misunderstand what you said?
So for the student learning centers, there's the director position, and then underneath that, there are some coordinator positions, and those were intended to move forward so that work can get started. They can begin to identify sites, recruit. And so there are more positions that Dr. Averitt will present later.
So are we able to hire this one position, or are we able to hire other positions in order to get the learning centers moving? I'm confused.
All three are on the agenda tonight, that if approved, they can move forward with hiring those people.
We're approving one and the rest of the positions?
There are three.
We're approving
for
three tonight to start the hiring process to staff the learning centers.
Right.
Okay, so then after we approve this tonight, the positions can in fact be posted in order to try to, because I know that I've met with Dr. Polio and Dr. Averitt, and at that meeting, I thought we were moving forward, so we couldn't move forward until we approve these job positions tonight. Is that correct?
That is correct. So these are new job positions. I want to say teacher, counselor, AP, we already have those job descriptions. So you will get the plan of how many of each we will hire, but you don't need to approve a new job description for teacher, assistant principal, counselor, those type of things. So we wanted to get these hired, and then we will report back to you and get your approval for the whole, hopefully at our next board meeting is what we would like to do.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions about this before I ask for the vote? Any other questions? Okay, at this time, is there a motion to approve the item C1, which is the recommendation for approval of organizational charts and our job descriptions for academic services? Is there a motion? Board Member Craig, seconded by Board Member McIntosh. All those in favor, would you raise your hand? It's unanimous. Thank you very much. So now we will go back to opening school, Dr. Polio, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, ma'am. And we don't want to gloss over this because we know it's important, but we will try to move fairly quickly with a report on our back to school. You know, I do want to say, first of all, I want to commend Robert Moore and the assistant superintendents, the principals, and staff at schools who are doing incredible work. I mean, what we are putting on them to do right now, which as I've said before, running a school in a normal August is very difficult and challenging. Put on top of that, quarantining, contact tracing, all the things that are being asked to do, and they just continue to work hard at it. Still would once again put us up against anybody in this work. And thank you to Eva Stone, who is here. She does just incredible work. You know our guiding principles. We've talked about these now for 16, 17 months, so I'm not going to go through them. What I am going to start with is our enrollment. This is fresh off the press, 5th day enrollment. I know we heard earlier that JCPS students are leaving in droves, I think was the quote, but the data does just not show that. So I don't know where that is coming from. So as of our 5th day count today, and I want to remember this is early childhood does not start until next week. So we have between 3,000 and 4,000 projected early childhood pre-K students coming in next week. So at this time, as of our 5th day count, it's 91,354 students is our total 5th day count. So if we get 3,000 to 4,000, we will be right between 95 and 96,000, which puts us, and this is before special schools. So this puts us right in line with our enrollment over the past decade. You know, I do want to say, as you look at this chart, you can see that of our projected enrollment. Now, projected enrollment was not last year's enrollment. This is what we were projecting. We were thinking we were going to be way up in kindergarten. We weren't quite up as high as we thought we were going to be. So we have 6,892, which is about 96% of our projected enrollment. 1st through 5th grade, 33,480, which is about 98% of our projected enrollment in elementary school. Around the same 97% for 6th through 8th grade at 20,741. Our 9th through 12th grade, 28,228, which is 102% of our projected enrollment, which I tried to do a scan here earlier. I wish I had done this earlier. I think that's the highest high school enrollment we've had in a long time. And I do want to say this does include Pathfinder. So I want to let you know this does include Pathfinder. So K-12 total without ECE self-contained 89,341, which is right at 99% of our projected enrollment. So as we look across the country, we're seeing most large school districts that may have 70, 80% of their projected enrollment. We're at 99%. We are down with our ECE self-contained. You can see that's about 83%. So that is a big part of our being down, and we'll take a look and see what is causing that. I can't really speak to that yet at this point, but we will take a look at that. So once again, total right now, 5th day count, ECE self-contained, 91,354. We think we'll be between 95,000 and 96,000, right in that ballpark, once we get through next week where our early childhood starts. So in the end, I think we'll be right there at that 98, 99% of our projected enrollment, which I don't think is our students leaving in droves. So I just wanted to reiterate that again and use the data to highlight that our schools are doing this work. I also want to highlight, and I know they'll talk about it a little bit, Pathfinder. I don't know if we can quite say the work that went into this. You know, we didn't know what numbers we were going to have in this Pathfinder. But we now have over 3,000 students in Pathfinder. So we're still, it's a small percentage when we look at it, between 3 and 4%, maybe 5% of our student population, whatever that number is. But that is still an immense task to make sure that we can staff, this elementary, which we have never done before, this elementary model where middle and high, that the former Jefferson County High School team got to work on that for several months. Elementary was just approved at our last board meeting 3 weeks ago. And they have just done an incredible job. So Dr. Coleman's team and Mr. Moore's team, who have just worked to make sure that this is implemented. I'm really proud of that work so that we can meet the needs of our parents as they move forward. So I just wanted to highlight all of that. I know there's much more. And I believe at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Moore, who's going to talk about some of the things going on there.
Thank you, Dr. Polio. And I too, like Dr. Polio, last week was able to get into some schools under the directives of Chief Murphy. Started my day about 5 a.m. at Shawnee, the Academy of Shawnee, where I graduated. And if you had an opportunity to watch some of the footage, I was definitely overly excited to be there. And I teased Principal Rice. She set me up. She had some basketballs in the gym. I used to play basketball, so I had a great time spending time at the Academy of Shawnee. But I remained in the West and was able to go see things that were going on in Wheatley, because the first few months in school, I had to stand in front of both staffs and let them know that we're going to be combining the schools and within a few months. And we made promises that we were going to resource them. We were going to make sure we update those facilities. And I wanted to make sure and see for myself that we held true to that day one. So I was able to get into Wheatley on day one, and I was impressed by the improvements and renovation made in the building. But the most impressing thing was the camaraderie and the energy of the staff, from Principal Folsom all the way down to the cafeteria workers. So it was great to see. And obviously the students' needs were being met by the adults in the building. So I was definitely wanted to make sure that I got in that at Wheatley day one. And also, we moved Grace James Academy to the building of 1615 West Broadway. I have not been to Grace James yet, but I stayed in constant conversation with Principal Cosby this summer, making sure all the needs were met. And she definitely made sure that I understood what was needed at her school to be successful and up to par of a school of that caliber. And then improvements were made to the middle school students at Grace James Academy. The thousands of dollars spent on branding and construction to get that building ready for a great group of middle school girls. And I look forward to being in that building over the next couple of weeks. And then, as mentioned, our Pathfinder School of Innovation, and I know I mentioned them earlier, but Heather Royal, R.D. Dietz, Dr. Coleman, Dr. Ellison, some of our retired administrators coming back, Kim Ken, I just can't name them all, of the work they put in such a short window to, in essence, open up a school and staff a school and try to serve the needs of over 3,400 students. So I echo those sentiments by Dr. Polio about the work that was put in to get this thing rolling. We're still hiring additional staff to meet the needs of our kids. And students can return to in-person learning at any point if they choose. If they start feeling comfortable after getting the vaccine, or if our numbers start going down, or whatever the family decision they want to make and want to come back to in-person learning, they are able to do that. And another group I want to highlight is Dr. Belcher, who's in attendance. His team deploying 865 devices and 159 hotspots distributed to our family. So great, just work. This one thing that has happened with the conditions we're in right now. It has really accelerated us from going to a district of schools to a school district. Our departments are coming together in order to overcome a lot of the challenges that we're facing. So I'm just happy to be in this position to be able to lead some of this work. And then lastly, for me, you can see the demographics of our Pathfinder School of Innovation really mirrors our in-person demographic, or the demographic of our district, which a large portion of our students are attending, over 50% of our students attending are Black, and you can see the breakdown of all the other demographic information on here with equaling over 3,400 students. So with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Eva Stone, to talk about vaccines.
So with the vaccines, prior to start of school, we offered clinics at all of our middle school and high schools, save one. We've got one more to get going there. Those clinics were offered between June the 4th and August the 8th. There was multiple clinics offered together with our community partners at Young, Central, Fairdale High School, Doss, Valley, Brandeis, and Iroquois. We have had physical clinics at several schools. So kids come in for sports physicals or school physicals. We had people on site to give vaccines that let them talk to a provider if they might have some hesitancy about getting the vaccines and get questions answered. We communicated about the vaccine sites on the website and messages that went home for both students and staff. And we'll continue to work with our partners to make clinics available at our schools as we go along. I have a feeling now that sports have started, it'll be a good time to look at offering additional clinics, particularly as kids are exposed. Our Healthy at School officers at the schools, they notify us a little bit about our protocols for COVID. When they have a case, the close contact is an unvaccinated adult who was within 6 feet of an infected person for a total of 15 minutes while the person was contagious, even when they were wearing a mask. And then for students, a close contact is an unvaccinated student who was within 3 feet of an infected person for a total of 15 minutes while the person was considered contagious, even when wearing a mask. Our fully vaccinated people, which is 2 weeks past the last dose of the vaccine, don't have to quarantine if they're exposed to COVID-19 as long as they are not having symptoms. And then unvaccinated students and staff who are exposed to a case of COVID will be instructed to self-quarantine, whether that happens inside or outside of school. So sometimes some of the notifications that we get have occurred outside of school. So as far as the cases, again, close contacts to cases are notified and then they're given direction. And then anytime we have a case in the school, a notification is sent to all students and staff in the school or the work site when there's a positive case. After the contact is made, the information is entered into our system, the health record that we use as a dashboard to monitor COVID. Just some things with that. I think it's important to know that it takes a little bit of time to work through some of those things. And just because, the school may get notified of something and thinks it's a positive case, but the nurses have to do some work to find out, first of all, if that's actually a case. And then it's pretty key to know whether it's in their infectious period or not. So somebody may not have to quarantine if it was outside of that window of time. So there's some things we have to go through in that process. And so we have to work through that. Once that's done, then the case will be entered into the dashboard if it's validated and it's truly found to be a case. And so the system is updated regularly. We're now doing that daily. For quarantine students, a quarantine student is one who's been exposed to COVID, and then they've been told by a medical professional that they have been in close contact to a positive case. In order to keep the quarantine students connected to their classrooms, they'll have online work they can do at home during that quarantine period. And that'll be provided by a classroom teacher or a resource teacher from JCPS. And then quarantine students will also receive live online instruction and offline assignments, similar to the at-home instruction that they received last school year. And I'll hand it off to Chief Dennis. Oh, never mind. I have one more. Right now, we have got a total of, as of this afternoon, and I do want to say these numbers change often. What's happening, the nurses are doing their work through the day, and then in the afternoon and evening is when they can go back in and enter the cases. And they are talking about people to really brag on. This is not easy work. It's labor intensive. Dr. Polio mentioned all the work that the schools are doing, and the nurses are certainly, it's been a heavy lift for them, but they're doing a very good job. So as of late this afternoon, we have 182 positive students, 787 kids that have been considered close contacts, 33 positive staff, and 30 staff who are close contacts that are quarantined. And again, if you look, if the dashboard's been updated after we did these slides, there's been multiple cases, I know, this evening that have been added.
We are also offering diagnostic screening testing. It is available to both students and staff with informed consent. We're partnering with companies that have a contract with the state who will provide that diagnostic screening testing for us. The consent form for the students is available as an online form, and you can find that in Parent Place, or you can get a hard copy as well, either one. For employees, you can also find that online, or we will take a hard copy. As of Monday, we had just over 3,500 students that had signed up for diagnostic screening testing and just over 845 staff. Signups are ongoing. They've probably gone up a bunch since we put those numbers down. The word is spreading. And additionally, just as a reminder, if there's a student who has symptoms, a school nurse can give a test for that. The diagnostic screening testing is done regularly for folks without symptoms. We've also offered free drive-through COVID testing. We're partnering with another one of our companies that has been good friends with us in the last couple months. So these drive-through tests are done throughout the district. You can see a list of all the locations up there. We are running that testing from 3 to 7 Monday through Thursday. That time frame is after school. Those are the things we wanted to hit with you guys today. Dr. Polio, I'll bounce it back to you.
Yeah, I wanted to reiterate it definitely for our families and our staff especially. I think it's important that we say this. When someone is vaccinated and masked and not showing symptoms, then that prevents a quarantine. And so I can't say enough. That's why our staff numbers are so much lower. But encouraging our students over 12 years old and our families to get vaccinated. And obviously it's going to be, we hope soon that we'll have a vaccination for under 12. But the more that get vaccinated, the less quarantining we have, and can continue on with normal school. The masking, the only problems that I've seen in schools are obviously telling kids at times, put it up over your nose and things like that are just normal things for adults, just like kids. So I think our kids have been very receptive to doing this, and I've been very pleased to see that. We will continue to make sure that we enforce that so that we can stay safe. But I think when you look apples to apples, our district versus those that are not masking, and even large districts around the country that do not have universal masking, yes, we have a good number of quarantine. But when you compare it in size, I think you can see that masking makes a difference in cases and in quarantining. So I can't say enough of how much I believe that's the right decision for this district and all districts. So I think that concludes our presentation, and we'll take questions or comments.
Okay, this time around, you may not have a question. I'm not trying to push everybody to ask questions tonight. We still have some speakers that have to speak to us, so I would ask us to be conscious of that. So I will start with, let's start in the middle. Board Member McIntosh, questions?
Thank you. I can tell you from some unfortunate personal experience how efficient the contact tracing and communication to the parents is. Had a devastated sixth grader who's been at home and tested negative today and will get to go back soon. So we are all impacted by these things. So I appreciate the work from her school and from the district. When will the drive-throughs start? The after-school testing, when does that start?
Which did you say, when with the what?
I'm sorry.
The drive-through testing?
The drive-through,
I'm sorry,
yes. When do those begin?
So those are going on right now. They've been going on. We met today to discuss actually one thing that came up this past weekend that parents requested. People are having a hard time finding a place to go for testing in the city. They're having to wait several days. So we had some feedback that could we make testing available on the weekends, and actually met today. The company is going to work to make some testing available for families on the weekend as well.
Will we get an idea, and I know it won't be an exact science, but will we be able to have an idea of how many of our students who test positive in the future, it's as a result of an exposure from being at school? I feel like most of the numbers last week were probably kids who came in the first couple of days having already been exposed. Is there any way that we're going to be able to track that data so that we can evaluate how successful our mitigation efforts are?
Yes, so that's really key to the work that we want to do. That's why we have the dashboard, so we can start to watch. So last spring, what we saw with our hybrid measures is we might have a student in a classroom that was positive. We did the quarantine, and then it was rare to see another student test positive. Now we know with the Delta variant, it seems to be a bit more challenging. And so that's what we're monitoring, okay, when we have one case or we having multiple cases. And then we're going in and looking how well are we able to implement the strategy. So we are trying to look at behaviors first, what practices are going on. And Chief Moore has been really good about sending out reminders to school to follow these measures, as best we can. There's layers because we know we can't necessarily do all of them perfectly, but the most we can do all together, they help to work to prevent transmission. So yes, that will be very important in the work that we're doing is reducing outbreaks from spreading to multiple people.
That's all. Thank you so much.
Board Member Craig, questions?
Just my compliments to everyone. I think we're doing as well as we could be doing under the circumstances. The numbers to me suggest so far that masking is going to work for us. We know that other districts throughout the country, some local districts, some in Kentucky, have had a significantly higher percentage of students already in quarantine and already exposed. So I'm hoping that that's showing, not that I'm happy about that, but I'm hoping that it's showing that Jefferson County's strategy is actually working. I'm worried, and it feels to me like the elephant in the room, as the numbers continue to grow, and we know they will, of students in quarantine. At some point, we're going to reach this breaking point as to when we can really operate the district in good faith, given the number of students who have been exposed or who are in quarantine. And I assume you must be thinking about that and perhaps have some feedback for us as to what your thoughts are on how we're going to continue to do this safely going forward.
Well, staffing is the big part. I mean, obviously we can quarantine students and give them synchronous and asynchronous opportunities from home. But staffing is the one that really puts us in jeopardy because we're already short as it is, as most districts are. But when you look right now, we only have 32 staff that are quarantined. That speaks well at this time to our vaccination efforts. So when a staff member is vaccinated and shows no symptoms, they don't have to quarantine. So I can't say enough about staying open. Is about masking and also about vaccination. And that, I don't know if that's an opinion or not to say that we need to have everyone vaccinated in order to stay open. But we're going to have to report to you. I don't know what the tipping point on, obviously we went through this a few years back when we had the teacher sick out, what was our tipping point? It was difficult to know in many ways, but we're going to have to monitor that closely and report to you on that. We have some opportunity with 10 NTI days, or we could add days on to the end of the year, are our only two options legally right now. So those would be the two avenues we would have to go. I will remind you that we do have more hours than is mandated by law. So this board could forgive, like if you recall a few years back when Atherton had the power outage and we had to cancel Friday, but send everyone else back to school. We forgave, you all forgave that day for Atherton. So we would start at that type of, to see where we are based upon schools. At some point, I think districts are going to be requesting from the state and KDE some assistance with that. So we're going to have to, obviously, when we get to a breaking point, if that happens, we're going to have some support from KDE on that and the governor.
I appreciate that we did this as a discussion point tonight instead of just in your report. Will we be doing that going forward, at least so as long as we continue to live in this coronavirus nightmare, having a conversation about this at each of our board meetings? It feels like we should be.
Yeah, I think the plan will be, maybe it won't be nearly as in-depth, but we're definitely going to give you an ongoing report. And I think it would be something that we put on the agenda, if not every time, often, or at least every other time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Duncan and then Dr. Shule.
Glad to hear you talk about what could possibly be out there for us. I think we need to be thinking and planning in case anything happens like that. I hope we are keeping our eye on the future here. And would the governor be able to intervene on behalf of districts? And if numbers do get out of hand, does he have the authority to do that at this point?
I believe, and General Counsel can correct me if I'm wrong, he would have to issue an additional executive order it could run for 30 days. Am I correct on that? Yes, he says I'm correct on that. So at this time, what we know is he could issue an executive order that would allow that to happen, but that's what would need to happen. Or we would use an NTI day or add it on to the end of the school year. Those are, or if we're above you could forgive certain hours as long as we hit the statutory hour that we are required to give our students by June 30th. So that's essentially encompasses our options.
Well, very good. I'm glad that we got the chance to talk about that, Mr. Craig. I just wanted to ask, hand washing, that's one of the mitigations. It's very difficult to meet during full school, having everybody there. How are we dealing with that?
So the schools all had a hand washing video that they've shown students and staff were to review it as well. Just a quick video, but reminders about hand washing, but it also shows them how to use hand sanitizer, which is available in all the schools as well. So there's still an emphasis on the hand hygiene.
Okay, and is that regularly used after classes or before classes, or what's the procedure on the hand sanitizer?
Well, definitely before meals, they should be using it, and that's part of the video that reminds them when they need to wash or clean their hands.
Okay, and the only thing, I don't know if I can ask this now or not, if this is the right time, but Dr. Polio, we have had lots of calls concerning overcrowded buses. And is there any word that we can give our constituents concerning how this is going to play out? Because we know we're short, 150 or 200 drivers. So
what I can assure you is that team is doing everything they possibly can. We are really exploring every option, which includes looking at activity drivers at schools, giving schools an additional activity bus. Obviously, we pay higher than anyone else when it comes to bus drivers that I know of. I know in this Commonwealth, when we have bus drivers that make up to about $28 an hour. So they continue to bring that down, the number of kids on each bus. But I mean, when you are talking transporting, over 60,000 kids with 771 routes, it makes it extremely challenging. There's no doubt about that. I think long-term, we are, I'm not saying at a breaking point now with transportation, but we are at like many districts who have gone over the breaking point, we are at a critical juncture. So you all have done an incredible job, I think, of supporting with increased pay. But this is something that's happening across everywhere that needs a CDL, just because it's so competitive right now. So we are going to work it hard this year so that we don't drop any routes. But as far as a larger picture of transportation, we are going to have to make some changes. Number one, either to bell time, we're going to have to add additional bell times. When you add additional bell times, it takes down the amount of routes that you have to have. So when you only have two, it really puts a lot of strain on the system. We're probably the only large school district that has really two starting times. So that's very challenging for us, and we're going to have to address that. Or we're going to have to make some difficult decisions about who gets transported and who does not get transported. These are discussions we are going to have this year, because I don't see is a national issue. I see articles in the major newspapers around America about this. So we're going to have to make some tough decisions long term. But what I can tell you is that team is doing everything they can to reduce the amount of kids on those buses.
I know they are. Thank you so much.
Dr. Shule, questions? Okay. Board Member Marshall and then Dr. Coe.
Thank you, Chair Porter. Really quickly, I was looking at the updated dashboard, and based on our numbers today at 4:35, we're up to 209 student positives, 945 students quarantined, 42 staff positive, and 32 close contact staff. So I guess my question is, as parents are sending their kids to school, with us being in the red zone currently at 45 cases per 100,000, I think these numbers are very important to our families to kind of understand the risk that is in their students' building. So how can we assure families that these numbers are as accurate as possible?
Well, several ways. Well, one, we want to be as transparent as possible with these numbers. And so any lag time simply has to do with getting the data in the computer. And so I think increasing the updates to the dashboard to daily will help parents see. The other thing I would say is, the dashboard is important to watch for parents to know what's going on, but every time there's a case, there's a notice that goes out. And so, for parents to pay attention to those notices, because those notices are letting them know, yes, there's a case in the building, and we're trying to make you aware of that. I would also say it's important for families to take advantage of some of the things we're offering to help reduce the spread of COVID. And one is the screening testing. There were 640 students tested today, students and staff across about 15 schools. Our numbers are really increasing of families that are taking advantage of that. And that is significant because that helps detect cases before they start having symptoms, or those cases that don't have symptoms. And as a community, we're going to have to start doing those things, because that's what we talked about, being good neighbors the last time. It's those kinds of things that when we can respond quickly and isolate people who are positive for COVID, then the likelihood of it spreading to others decreases. And so, yes, the dashboard's one tool, but pay attention to the notices, take advantage of the testing, have your child vaccinated, Those things will really help reduce the spread of COVID in our schools and help our kids continue to come to school.
And let me add, because I had this conversation with Dr. Stone earlier about our nurses and our personnel who's keeping up with those dashboards. I mean, and talk about having some grace, because they're not only going through these mitigation and testing and all these things that they're doing with COVID, but they're still running and taking care of kids who take daily medicines all day long. I mean, it's real school now. I mean, everyone's there. It's real school. And we have, you know, I've been a building principal at elementary school, and there are a lot of kids who, especially at lunchtime, early in the morning, in the afternoon, who are cycling through taking medication, and they're trying to handle students with screening, diagnostic tests, and all the things that they're doing that comes along with COVID. So it's going to get better. And so if there is some lag time, just understand they are doing real school right now with our kids, and they're trying to serve all of our kids. So I just appreciate it. I never thought I had to work this close with Dr. Stone, but we talk on a daily basis, and I just appreciate her work and the work of her team.
Yeah. So we're tracking for these staff numbers that's classified and certified, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And then can we get an update of where we are on our substitutes? Because I know that some of our buildings, due to some of these positives and quarantines, are in dire need of substitutes. So I don't know if we can get an update on, you know, where we are with substitutes and how we're supporting buildings that have to fill these vacancies due to absences.
Yes, we'll have the vacancy list for you by the end of the week.
Okay.
And in the multiple role positions.
Okay. And then lastly, you know, quarantine students are supposed to receive, you know, notification for their live instruction and their online logins. When are parents expecting that to start?
Robert, can you answer that?
Yeah, the process is once Dr. Stone's team sends that to Dr. DeFerrari's shop, it signals an automatic email for the parents to check or to invite them to a Google Classroom, a district Google Classroom. And so it's usually within that day or the next day that email is sent out to parents. So when that happens, make sure that, I mean, we do encourage you to check your school email, because that's the way you get that invitation, is through your school email. So we need to make sure that we're checking our school emails, and that's how they get on for that Google
So the
Classroom.
parent email that's connected to the student or the student's email?
It'll send it to the student's email.
Okay. All right. So if we have parents of kindergarten students, i.e. myself, who have a child in quarantine, who obviously my child new to school doesn't even know her school email or how to log in, how do you suggest kindergarten parents and new parents to the district access those things?
You can get that information from your school. Their log-on information. You can get on there, Papa, and get her information. Check her email. And
we'll make sure you get that information shortly after this meeting.
Because mom and dad were searching after day 2 of school, but okay, thank you.
And if you have a first grade, you may get to see my wife. She's a first grade quarantine teacher. So
ooh, okay.
Dr. Chris.
Thank you, Chair Porter. So I know everybody, we're essentially asking people to do the impossible. So I know everybody is working really, really hard. A lot of the feedback I've gotten has been, and I know we're just, what is today, the 5th day of school. So we're just 5 days in, but got a decent amount of concerns about not following mitigation properly within schools. Now I know this is probably less than 1%, you know, of the schools, but if parents are seeing cases where, you know, kids are not being reminded to wear their masks right, or even, you know, faculty or staff are not wearing their masks properly. You know, people are moving around at lunch, you know, buses aren't down on, windows aren't down on buses. What, you know, yes, of course, they should go to the school and say, you guys got to fix this. But if they're hitting a wall, you know, what should they do if they feel like the school is just not? And again, it's a subjective thing, but if they feel like their school is just not being diligent enough on mitigation measures.
Robert, when I'm done here, why don't you talk about the walkthrough document that you're creating for schools so that we can ensure that they're following what they say they followed?
We have a walkthrough document that we use actually in the spring that they can use to make sure that all the mitigation measures that are in their plan are in place. So our assistant SUPs, EAs can use that walkthrough and go through and check to make sure that those measures are being met. And again, obviously never making excuses, and you're right about the 5 days. On a normal, so-called normal year, and you go back to some old school, some of you educators on here, Harry Wong literature, it takes 2 weeks for just regular school to get down routines and procedures. And that's just in a regular year. We're not in a regular year. So we're working through those things. And I understand that, it's all about safety and the health of our kids. But we will get there. We have the team to get there, and understand there are kids and staff that have not been in a building like this in 18 months. We had school last, but it was hybrid in 18 months. So we're working through those things, and I appreciate some of you guys have reached out to me, our principals, and assistant SUP. And when we see some things that needs to be addressed, we hit them head on. So we are getting better.
And to answer the second part, or maybe it was the first part of that question, is that they should contact the assistant superintendent's office. They can call JCPS. They can email their assistant superintendent, which all of them are on the school page website. Where they don't want to do that, email me and we'll get it to the assistant superintendent.
Yeah, I just think, and I know I'm reiterating what you already know, but I just think we have to really press on people the importance of this, because not only is it 5 days, not 2 weeks, but the situation is not good locally, and it doesn't show any sign of getting better. So just please push people to do the proper mitigation at all times. Eva, what is the turnaround time between testing kids and when we know if there's a positive in the test?
The rapid tests are what they're doing on site, so they're 15 minutes.
Oh, okay, so it's instant, basically.
Now, the parents, it's not as quick for parents because they'll text results to parents, but as far as within the school, the Healthy at School officer or the nurse is notified of a positive result, and then the process is started for contact tracing.
Okay, so they know instantly.
Yes.
Okay, good, because my kid got tested today, so that's good to know. The consent forms, did you say that those are going up pretty steadily, the number of consent forms? Okay, because I don't have to tell you, that's super important, that, the more testing we do, the more we can cut it out. Are there anything that you think we could be doing additionally to ramp those numbers up even faster? Or you think we're doing all we can?
I think as what we've seen so far is as the notices go out. Well, I'll back up. So today I went to Brandeis and observed. And if you get a chance to go observe the testing happening, it is wonderful to see, because the kids were great. And the kids were, they were all masked, by the way. They were being great. A lot of people, staff especially, expressed surprise at how gentle and easy it was. They were thinking the original test and so that was a turnoff for people. And we actually had several more staff members that signed up to be tested that today there, because they saw that it was just if you haven't seen the video, communications put out that with Du Bois last week, it is phenomenal. Those kids explained it better than anybody. Yeah. So it's literally 5 swirls around each side of the nose. It's not very far into the nose. And so as letters go home, and I think as people talk about, this isn't a real invasive test. It's easy. We've seen people sign up to have that done for their children at school.
Yeah, please, let's just span people with that. Any way we can, just like hit them in the face with it.
The contact tracers, talk to them about it too. So when they're, one of the things we instruct them to do is to let parents know, here's some other tools that are available.
Are you, and I know we're following, quarantine procedures set forth, by other agencies, but with Delta having, it seems like a decent amount of breakthrough cases for people that are already vaccinated, are you at all concerned that we do need to quarantine people that are fully vaxxed that may have been exposed as opposed to not making them quarantine?
If our data would lead that way, but so far it's not.
Okay.
So far, we're not seeing those people go on to develop symptoms, at least in our 5 days that we've been doing this, but that hasn't borne out. But we instruct people to monitor for symptoms and to be diligent about that, and then to remember the prevention measures. That's the whole reason we have these strategies in place.
Yeah, absolutely. So we know that August is usually the lowest point for kids getting sick with this type of stuff. And correct any of my medical information if I'm wrong, but lowest point for hospitalizations, lowest point for kids' sickness. Today, 25% of all cases in Kentucky were kids under 18. So, as some board members have already said, we could be headed in a pretty bad place here. And I guess this is for you, Dr. Polio, like what if we get, hopefully, as you said, we'll get some state help, but what if things, get really bad and all of a sudden just boatloads of people apply, to Pathfinder or something like that? How are we equipped to deal with that? How would we handle that?
Yeah, well, I mean, it is definitely a challenge at this point, for the staffing point part of Pathfinder as it sits now. So we may have to make some changes to that. And so we are obviously having conversations. The number of people that have applied has slowed significantly. But as you said, if it gets worse, that could change. I think what we're going to have to do is continue to give you information on a daily basis and be prepared that if things did go downward quickly, so to speak, that we could have an emergency board meeting if needed and take action in some way if that's what's needed.
When we set up Pathfinder, was that, do we have to get a permission from KDE to do that? Full virtual education, or do we already have that ability to kind of?
So KDE, you do not have to get a waiver 5 through 12. Anything below 5th grade, you have to get a waiver.
Okay.
So any changes we make to that you approve that, and then it went to KDE for their approval for our elementary Pathfinder. So when people ask me about just having a virtual one attached to a school,
right,
we really couldn't do that because it would require that waiver from KDE. So if we do change it now, KDE has been very collaborative with us in assuring that if we get something to it, they get it right back to us. Okay. So they have been good, but they are looking to ensure that it's quality instruction.
Sure.
As they should. So if we did change it, we would have to get approval from KDE.
So are there, hopefully it would never come to this, but it sounds like, well, I don't know, but are there maybe some ways we could use that process to expand our virtual options that are not NTI, so we don't run up against that 10-day limit? Not that KDE would want to do this, but, could Lincoln Performing Arts School, where my kid goes, could we say, all right, Lincoln is now a virtual academy for the next 2 months, or the rest of the year?
I think obviously we'd have to get approval on that.
Right.
So that's probably conversations we definitely need to have with them at this point, but I don't know if they're going to have that answer at this point as well. But I think that's well taken, that we've got to look at to be prepared for other options if we need to explore.
Yeah, it's certainly nothing that I want to do. And I can't think of the word because it's late, but I'm more optimistic based on what I'm hearing, from our mitigation efforts. It seems like that sort of stuff is going well, but I just think we need to have plan B, C, D, lined up as much as we can, in case stuff continues to go in the direction that it does. So a final thing, that I'll mention is, this is no secret, the things that I really want vaccine mandate, and it was great to see NEA, National Education Association, come out with that, or, that teachers have to get vaccinated or be tested really regularly. Are we having conversations with our bargaining units around that sort of stuff?
Yeah, we're beginning that talk. That's 5 or 5 different groups we're going to have to come with. And that's obviously a decision you all are going to have to tackle coming forward. So they're each going to have their boards. They're having that discussion with their boards. But if that's something you choose, which is a vaccine mandate for employees or tested once a week, that is something that we can bring to you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm ready to do it right now, honestly. I mean, I don't know if the rest of my the rest of the board members here are with me on that or not. And I won't make them say so right now, but I think we just have to move as fast as we can on that. And I always want to get collaboration from those units, but in this case, I think we just got to do what we think is the best, and hope that they'll get on board with us. And then the other things, that I've always mentioned are air filtration and better masking. So I really think that we need a lot better air filtration, portable HEPA units. Research is pretty clear that they do a pretty good job cleaning the air. If I want that to happen, how do we need to vote on it? And if the 4 votes aren't there, that's fine. Are we looking at doing that? What's the status of that?
Yeah, so we have the information that we could get those. I mean, obviously there is a disagreement about the effectiveness. You heard from our HVAC expert about the effectiveness of that.
Yeah.
And how many would be required in a classroom to make it effective, and who would in the classroom would get it. And then we are concerned about who gets to sit next to those, to be honest with you. So that is something we take into account, but we do have the ability to get those. I think for me, I would be very interested, and we are talking about this, we can get them quickly, would be to target particular classrooms that have the least the lowest air quality, and putting them in them. So we can have those up and running in 2 to 3 days. It is a fairly obviously expensive proposition. But so I would prefer to target classrooms as opposed to say across the board, but obviously we will implement what the board wants.
That makes sense. I mean, I don't want to invest in stuff that isn't effective because there's a whole bunch of junk out there, but it seems like this is, I don't know if, I don't know how if we need to parse that research, more together so we're all on the same page, but it seems like from what I've seen that, you have to do it with a lot of filters. You can't just have one little, home unit for $50 or whatever. But it works, and there are other benefits beyond cleaning the air of COVID. So I really want to push us on that. Can I get an update? I guess maybe, can I just connect with you to talk about that within the next few days, and then?
Yeah, we'll have an answer we'll have a definitive answer for you. We can talk about it, but I'll have an answer what we're going to do by the end of the week.
And I'm willing to be talked out of it by the, what's the filtration, the ventilation guy's name. But so if you want to put me in touch with him, that's great. And then the N95 masks or better masking. So explain to me again, I know you shared some information with me, but do we have N95s available? I know we do in some circumstances. Can we get more? What's the roadblock there, if any?
So we can have N95s available for every staff member. We can get those for every staff member. I'm going to have Eva address the child and anything you need to say about N95. So before I speak,
I forgot you were there. Sorry.
Go ahead, Eva.
So just a couple of things. One, the guidelines still recommend that we reserve true N95 masks for healthcare professionals and not in the schools. But
can you say that again?
That the guidelines still recommend N95s be reserved for the frontline healthcare providers caring for patients in hospitals. But the other thing is, if for employees to wear N95s, there's certain times that they're indicated. And they're indicated for specific procedures. For example, school nurses, it might be recommended they wear an N95 because they're doing a nebulizer treatment on a child with asthma. And so when it's available, we have to have people fitted for those masks. They're not masks that we can just have people wear. They're supposed to have something called fit testing done. And so it is not recommended that across the board you do that. Not everybody can wear N95 masks because they do such a better job at filtering everything. Some people have difficulty breathing, and so they actually have to have a medical examination to wear an N95 related to the workplace. Kids, they're just, we don't get N95s for kids. Typically, if we do, and when I say get, I mean even receive, it's children who are severely immunocompromised that have an order from a healthcare provider. For the reasons that I'm discussing, they're just not typically indicated for children, and they have higher risk of passing out and things like that when they wear such a intense respirator.
Sorry, I just totally lost my train of thought. Oh, so can we have them available though?
For staff?
Yeah,
we
I
do.
mean, not say you
We
have
do.
to, okay, like, so if I'm a staff person, I walk in a building, I've got a cloth mask, but hey, I want an N95. It's there?
Employees can choose to wear their own N95. To wear them at work, they have to be part of the respiratory protection program. It's OSHA. That so the district has a respiratory protection program, and they have a plan that says when N95 masks are indicated for employees to wear.
Okay.
And and part of that is the fit testing, because
Right.
it is an ordeal, because a person has to be fit tested. We pay for a person to be fit tested. We have to send them to employee health. So the organization that we contract with, they will test the person with that mask that we send them with. If they don't pass the fit test, which is breathing, they do use a sweet solution, then we have to try another mask, and then they charge the full fee to do another mask. So it's
So why don't you have to have a fit test for a non-N95?
For a K95?
No, just for like the mask you're wearing. Why don't you have to have a fit test for that?
Because N95s are they're industrial grade, they're hospital grade. They can actually cause health problems in people because they just filter so much more. They're harder to breathe in.
Okay. That's a whole big mess. All right.
Nothing's easy.
I'll accept for now, that's not practical for now. Okay, that's all my questions. Thanks.
Thank you. I have some questions that I don't want the answers to, because in the interest of time, we've got people here waiting. I assume they're waiting to speak. So I will ask my questions out loud. I will send an email tomorrow, but there's some questions that I do have. I do not want the answer right now. So one of the questions is, in the process of fixing the Pathfinder school for our elementary students, did we lose teachers in our classrooms in order to fill those vacancies for the Pathfinder teacher staff? I don't want the answer. Mask wearing on bus, how do we monitor that the students are wearing the mask on the bus? That's another question. Particularly, that question is especially important when we have students 3 to a seat on a bus. How are we ensuring that they are in fact wearing their mask? Is there some way to monitor by school those that are accepting the students in the morning when they get off the bus, so we actually know whether they are wearing the mask or not? It's my understanding that some are not, and then when they get off, they hand them the mask, and that's okay. They're not refusing to wear it. But my concern is the safety of students on the bus, particularly the overcrowded buses. The other concern I have, I don't want the answer right now, is is there a maximum bus? Is there a maximum capacity based on what the Kentucky Department of Education says? And also, I've seen the number 66, but some buses seat more than 66 or less than 66. So I would like to know that. And I would also like to know if the Department of Transportation has specifics about students standing on buses. That's my last question. And I have concerns from parents where students are being transported from the west end to the east end and they're standing up on the bus. So that's where my question is coming from. I don't want the answers. I'll send them to Dr. Polio, our chief of staff tomorrow for some answers, but in the interest of time, I don't want the answers right now, please. But thank you. Dr. Polio, do you want to bring some closure before we call for the vote, please?
We appreciate all the feedback. We'll continue to provide you with daily updates. And then if we need to, we'll meet again and have an update at our next board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, is there a motion to receive the update regarding the start of the 2021-22 school year? Is there a motion to receive the update regarding that? Board Member Craig, seconded by Board Member McIntosh. All those in favor, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Very quickly as we go through so we can have our speakers, please. Then very quickly, is there a motion to receive the planning calendar? Board Member Marshall, seconded by Board Member Craig. All those in favor, please raise your hands. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Are there any committee reports this evening? None. Are there any board reports this evening? One quickly, Board Member Marshall.
Yes, just very quickly, huge shout out to our nutrition services workers. I went over today and took a tour of that facility and met that hardworking staff that's done a great job throughout this entire pandemic. I gave them thanks on behalf of myself as well as the board for their hard work that they have done. And I encourage anyone who has not toured that facility to see the work that's done over there to please do.
Thank you very much. I think we all are trying to say thank you for all the hard work that has been done to get our schools ready by everybody. So if no one's heard that yet tonight, thank you, thank you, thank you. Because there's been 24/7 work to get things done. So the next thing is to have our speakers, if they're still here to speak. And starting with, this is 3 minutes to speak, something about the acceptance of funding from Kentucky Department of Ed for security projects. Mr. Mike Beard, is Mike Beard here? Thank you, Mr. Beard. You have 3 hours, 3 minutes, not 3 hours, 3 minutes for your speech, please. Thank you. Is this on?
Okay, thank you. My name is Mike Beard, and I'm a recently retired teacher, and I'm here tonight to speak again about school safety. In March of 2019, a school safety bill referred to as SB 1 was signed into law. This bill covered many provisions related to school safety. JCPS is already or is in the process of completing the requirements of the law. The one part of the law that this board is ignoring and not complying with is the provision that requires all schools in the state of Kentucky to have a school resource officer. So you have chosen to follow the parts of the law that you agree and support, but you ignored the one part of the law that you disagree with. Why would you do that? And what kind of message does this send to the public? And what type of message does this send to our students? As if the state law was not reason enough to have SROs in our schools, I want to quickly remind board members the response of our teachers and staff from all of our middle and high schools pertaining to a survey sent out by the district. With over 2,500 respondents, 90% want an SRO in their school. 82% of those want SROs to be armed. These are the people on the front line, and they made their opinion very clear. They want armed SROs. Remember the Greenwood Elementary staffer who spoke at the board meeting last week? at the last meeting, did you hear her anger and frustration in her voice when she spoke about the armed intruder that they had in their school just after we came back from NTI? Did you look at the correspondence I sent for the May 25th board meeting in which I documented 7 instances of guns found on school property for the 2019-20 school year? The only thing that kept this number from being even higher was due to the fact that we stopped in-person school on March 13th. A few more facts I want you to think about. The current crisis of violence and shootings in the community is at an all-time high. According to the latest figures from LMPD's weekly homicide report, there have been 512 shooting victims in the city since January 1st. Included in that number, and I really want you to pay attention to this, included in that number, there have been 95 shooting victims that are JCPS students. Of those 95, 21 of those students lost their lives. Did you know that? Do you think this violence is not going to find its way into our schools? Are you 100% certain that the school safety measures currently in place will protect the students and the staff? If there is even a slight doubt in your mind, why would you not use every resource you have available to protect them? You need to act now, and you must act now and get SROs back in our schools before it's too late. I noticed tonight when I came in this meeting, I had to go through a security checkpoint similar to what you go through in the airport. When I got in, there were several security officers in the lobby, and there were several LMPD officers in the lobby and in this auditorium. And I have no problem with that. I think that's a great idea, but I think that also sends a very mixed message when you have a large presence of police and security at a board meeting with maybe 200 people in a room with little or no threat, but you won't allow even one police.
Thank you. I apologize for the lateness of the hour. We have signed up 2 speakers to talk about the start of school. Kirk Wallace, is Mr. Kirk Wallace here?
Thank you. I'm an international health forensic analyst, and Dr. Polio, members of the Jefferson County Public School Board, members of the public and the staff and law enforcement, I want to say thank you for the desire to do what's right. I want to address item number 2 in the guiding questions of the 21-22 strategic plan. I recommend that we make the first guiding question, is it the truth? And the second one, does it conform to the United States Constitution? From this basis, we can make higher quality decisions. And based on the discussion tonight about the opening school issues, I have something to say to this issue, specifically about the JCPS mandates. Are you aware of the deaths, the risk of injury, the informed consent requirements, and the third item, the consequences related to the injections and the swabbing? First, for deaths. In the United States, 45,000 people have died within the first 3 days of getting what is being called the COVID vaccine. The COVID vaccine is actually an experimental gene therapy and is an emergency use countermeasure, which has been mislabeled COVID vaccine. It does not qualify as a vaccine according to the Cox postulates. The virus has not been isolated according to the gold standard for a virus isolation. This takes critical thinking that we talked about this evening for our students. Have you noticed a number of nurses who have been picketing and have been protesting the so-called vaccine being mandated by their employers? This is the same experimental gene therapy vaccine, so-called vaccine promoted by JCPS and the JCPS administration. And this is what the nurses are protesting. Then there's the risk and alternative treatment requirements. Federal statutes and regulations require informed consent and full disclosure, which must be provided prior to each and every injection or swab, which is part of the countermeasure. These experimental injections and free testing swabs, which are currently being promoted by JCPS, have unintended consequences. Are you aware of the risk of injury and death, including blindness, heart, spleen, lung damage, brain and other organ damage, damage to the ovaries, and that 45,000 people have died within the first 3 days of getting the vaccine, so-called vaccine? And then there's the requirement for information of less risky alternative therapies that are required to be provided. Therapies such as hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, which has been used by doctors to treat COVID and has been validated by research studies. These injections must be voluntary, not mandated. Failure to provide full disclosure, opens us up to misconduct, willful misconduct, negligence. But if someone is injured or dies, to criminal misconduct and possibly homicide. I urge the school board to stop the promotion of injections, stop the swabs and the nasal testing, and all mandates until
Thank you. Again, I apologize for the lateness of the hour. Is Mr. Lance Pearson here? Lance Pearson? Okay, is Mr. Jim Johnson here? Trenton Shuring, Trenton?
He emailed us. He has left.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Shorin emailed all of us, but he left and shared his comments already.
Thank you. Karen Lukasik? Chuck Eddy?
I wouldn't leave without the chance to talk. Good evening, Dr. Polio and board members. Today's COVID-19 report reported 3,276 new cases in Kentucky. 849 of those cases are under 18, over 25% of the total, as you indicated, Dr. Kolb. I appreciate you all following the guidance of the CDC and American Association of Pediatrics in instituting a universal mask mandate on July 28th, even before the Kentucky Board of Ed passed their 270-day mask mandate. Thank you for enforcing school mask mandates. I went to the subcommittee meeting reviewing regulations in Frankfurt today. Some of the speakers were lying and saying masks don't work. They do. Some of the speakers were lying and saying vaccinations don't work. They do. There are people that we meet and see every day that say masks and vaccinations should be individual choices because we have freedom as Americans. However, we also have a responsibility to understand that my freedoms as an American end when my freedoms endanger others due to the easily transmissible, highly contagious, and deadly worldwide COVID pandemic. It has killed over 620,000 Americans, 7,459 now, I think, Kentuckians, and 1,360 right here in Jefferson County. Masks are part of the holistic approach we must take to slow down and hopefully stop COVID-19. Vaccination, masks, washing and cleaning, social distancing, and avoiding large crowds. Half of school children are not even yet available for vaccination. There are people of all ages that cannot get vaccinated due to legitimate medical reasons. Those two groups are very much at risk for contracting COVID. Masks are a big part of the tools we have to protect the can't get vaccinated yet people. COVID-19 cases in children are rising rapidly. As I mentioned, 859 today. It's refreshing to see this school district demonstrating their care for school children and school staff. Thank you very much, and God bless you, your staff, and school children.
Thank you very much. I again apologize for the lateness of the evening. One last speaker is Mark Stallard. Is Mark Stallard here? Okay, that according to the list that I have, that's all the speakers that have signed up. If I have missed someone, please let us know. Okay, moving on to our closing of the evening. We have taken care of all the persons requesting to address the board, the extra speakers that we were not able to get to. So at this time, it's 10:32 p.m. And I would ask for a motion to adjourn, but I would also ask for each board member to send me a recommendation as to how we can be more efficient with our speakers. Since we have started having speakers, this is extending the time for our meetings. So I would appreciate it if you would send your thoughts to me. I will send them to our general counsel so we can have a plan as we talk about things that we need to do. Number one, can you start before 4:30? Is 4 o'clock, 4:30 the best time? I think that we can do better because we now have speakers and we have not had them for a long time. So I just would like to hear your thoughts. So now that I have talked for almost a whole minute, at 10:33, is there a motion to adjourn, please? Board Member Marshall, seconded by Ms. Duncan. All those in favor, please raise your hands. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. I apologize for the lateness of the evening.